From Simmons Field in Kenosha, Wisconsin, the Rockford Rivets and the Kenosha Kingfish meet for 2 games tonight. Here in southeastern Wisconsin, the 11-10 Rivets off back-to-back wins against Traverse City and Battle Creek, and the Kenosha Kingfish off a series split against Kalamazoo at 8-15, Rivets at 11-10. Let's check the Rockford lineup. Andrew Wilhite plays left field and bats first. Brendan Comia plays short, is batting second. Tom Jostin, the first baseman, is third. Matt Higgins, the cleanup man, DHs today in game number 1. Cam McDonald, the third baseman, bats fifth. Jake Vanderwall, the right fielder, is sixth. Nolan Snyder bats next in the 7th hole and playing center field. Mason Minzy behind the plate bats 8th. And Josh Dudden, the second baseman, rounds out the Rockford order here in the first of 2 games. It is the exact same lineup that manager Josh Keim put out for yesterday's game against the Battle Creek Bombers. That was suspended after 3 innings of play. Rockford trailing 4-2. A rain delay of 32 minutes ensued. Then the league called the game after the field condition just deteriorated worse and worse. There was rain the entire evening, beginning hours before the game. Got the game started about on time, but could not continue past 3 innings. And so Josh Keim sends the same lineup out there for game 1 of 2 here in Kenosha. These are 2 7-inning games in this doubleheader. Rivets and Kingfish meet for the 4th and 5th times this season. Rockford has won all 3 previous games. On the mound for Kenosha, right-handed pitcher Gabe Bierman out of Indiana University, playing for just the 2nd time this season. Last started 6 days ago against Kokomo in a 5-4 win. Took a no decision, allowed 1 earned run in 4 innings pitched. An ERA of 2.25 and a whip of 1.50. The 6'2" right-hander from IU, native of Jeffersonville, Indiana. Getting his warm-up tosses started here at Simmons Field. A 66-degree day. Wind coming in from Lake Michigan, about a half a mile just east of the stadium. Partly cloudy skies overhead. A good day for baseball, as there is no rain in the forecast. But as for the rest of the week, not exactly the same. These 2 teams playing once again tomorrow in Rockford. In fact, the next 2 days in Rockford, and back here at Simmons Field on Sunday. So 5 in a row between these 2 teams. The first 2 of them coming today in a 7-inning doubleheader. The second doubleheader these 2 teams have played, the day-night doubleheader, home and road, came back on June the 11th, 9 days ago on a Tuesday, and Rockford won both ends of that. These 2 teams last playing 7 days ago in Rivet Stadium, a 8-6 comeback win for the Rivets. Warm-up toss is complete for Gabe Bierman, and Andrew Wilhite will step in, the left-handed batter, to face him. Wilhite playing in left field today, one of many positions he's played this season, a .233 batter. The native of Stillman Valley, Illinois. And the Minnesota Golden Gopher, the lefty, steps in against the righty Gabe Bierman. And at 5:10 local time, we're ready to get this first game underway between Rockford and Kenosha. Let's play 2, and Gierman's first pitch of game number 1 is bounced right back to him to the right of the pitcher's mound, and he throws on to first base to first baseman Roberto Pena for the first out. So a comebacker starts this first game. There's 1 away in the first, and that brings up Brendan Comia, the shortstop. Comia back for his 2nd game at shortstop after being all over the field a couple of days ago against Battle Creek in a Rockford 10-2 victory. Here's the first pitch. Bierman gives him a strike, a fastball over the plate on the outside half for strike 1. Comia from Illinois, batting .300 on the season, 6 for 20 over his first 4 games. Here's Bierman's 0-1. Fastball misses down, 1 ball, 1 strike. Comia got the start at shortstop again yesterday. Did pretty well for himself in the first 3 innings. Plenty of balls hit his way over his first 2 games there. Swinging a foul back on a fastball, 1-2. Tom Jostin on deck. Shortstop Brendan Comia, the right-handed batter, facing the righty Gabe Bierman. Comia's hit in all 4 games he's played. 1 for 4 against Kenosha last time. First base coach Chandler Purcell talking with the first base umpire. There's a layout in right field, And we're all ready to go. 1 ball and 2 strikes with 1 out. Bierman against Brendan Comia, 7 against 7, righty on righty from the first base side. Bierman into his windup in the pitch. Fastball is up and away and outside, ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two and 2. And Bierman's pitch. Way inside, nearly hit Comia, but he leans out of the way for ball 3. And an early payoff with 1 out. No score, top of the first. Rockford and Kenosha playing for the 4th time this season. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Comia. Fastball swinging a tapper up the foul line, third base side, and it rolls in foul territory. Catcher Drew Dyer knocked that one down, but after it had rolled foul, about maybe 15 feet up the third base line, and the count holds 3 and 2. Comia from Illinois, native of Orland Park, Illinois, outside of Chicago. One of 2 Fighting Illini who've done well in their first week at Rivet Stadium. Here's a 3-2 pitch to Comia. Fastball swinging a ground ball is foul beyond the third base side. Rolls near the bullpen. Kenosha the home side on third base, dugout and bullpen, and Rockford on the first base side. Bullpens are on the field in left and right field respectively. 3 and 2 the count to Comia and Bierman's pitch. Swing and a miss, outside corner fastball, and Comia down on strikes. 2 men quickly away here in the first. First strikeout of the game for Bierman. And Comia, who does not strike out a whole lot, goes down for just the 4th time this season. And that brings up Tom Jostin. Jostin, the left-handed batter, wearing number 9 in gray. Rockford in their gray uniforms with gray pants, a darker shade of gray with gold numerals and lettering and gold trim as well on the pants. First pitch, and Jostin bounces one to second base. Owens has it there, takes a couple of steps and throws on to Pena at first, and that retires the side. Rivets down 1-2-3 in the top half of the first. Kenosha to bat in a scoreless ball game after this.
Winning sides on the first base side.
Bottom of the first, Rockford and Kenosha no score. The Kingfish line up this way. Ethan Owens plays second base and bats first. Brendan Hewitt, the center fielder, is second. Mike Jarvis in left field bats third. Nate Thomas cleans things up and plays third base. Ryan Nernschuld, the DH, is in the 5-hole. Roberto Pena playing first base, bats sixth. Zachary Nagalski in right field bats seventh. RJ Pearson, the shortstop, is eighth. And the catcher, Drew Dyer, bats ninth. They'll face Cooper Kane, right-handed starting pitcher for Rockford, appearing for the second time this season. Division II product from Valdosta State in Georgia, native of Jacksonville, Florida. And Kane appears for the second time, and the first time since 9 days ago against Kenosha in the 14-3 Rockford drubbing over in Loves Park. Allowed 1 earned run in 4 innings, an ERA of 2.25. And Ethan Owens, the second baseman, steps up against Cooper Kane. Owens wearing number 45, batting .244, playing his 24th. He's played every game for Kenosha this season, the only one with that distinction. Kenosha in their cream home jerseys with blue helmets. And here's the first pitch from Kane, the righty. And the righty Owens takes a fastball in the inside corner from Kane for strike one. Owens on a 5-game hitting streak, batting 7 for 23 over his last 5 games. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Kane. Fastball missed away for ball one. Owens 1 for 4 yesterday. Kingfish losing in Kalamazoo 3-2. 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Foul tip into the glove of the catcher, Mason Minzy, and it's strike two. 1 ball and 2 strikes with nobody out. Leadoff man Ethan Owens for the Kingfish in the bottom half of the first. Kane comes set and winds and fires the pitch. Breaking ball on the outside corner, strike 3 call. Owens looks back at the home plate umpire for a few seconds before walking off slowly to the dugout on his left side as Cooper Kane changes speeds to retire Owens for the first out.
Center fielder number 17, Brendan Hughes.
Now Brendan Hughes, the center fielder, playing for the first time this season for Kenosha against this Rockford team. His first game played. Sophomore batting lefty, first pitch misses for ball one. Hughes from St. Joseph's University, native of Spring Lake, New Jersey. 6'3" left-hander against the righty Kane, who sets below the belt and winds and fires the 1-0 pitch. Well away with the breaking ball, missed for 2-0. Cooper Kane in search of his first win, the 6'2" righty from Jacksonville. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Breaking ball missed just inside, and Hughes has a 3-0 count in his first plate appearance with the Kingfish. A couple of new guys added to this Kenosha roster for today's game. Here's a 2-0 pitch, or the 3-0 pitch, swing and a miss on a high fastball, count 3-1. Mike Jarvis, the lefty, is on deck for Kenosha. Bases empty with 1 out. No score in the bottom of the first. 3 balls and 1 strike the count from Cooper Kane. And the pitch to Hughes. Well outside with a breaking ball. And that is ball 4, and I don't think anyone realizes it. Hughes is stepping back in as if the count is 3-1, and the umpire says the count's 3-2. So there's a strike that was counted on the field that no one up here in the press box saw. And here's a 3-2 from Kane. That's outside and high for ball 4. So no harm, no foul. Hughes walks anyway. On a payoff pitch, and now here's Mike Jarvis. There was either a phantom strike call or something that no one saw. Anyway, Hughes is at first base on a 1-out walk, and here's Mike Jarvis. Jarvis, the right-handed batter, playing in left field today. Batting .310 through 8 games this season. Had a hit yesterday. It was 1 for 3 with a hit by pitch. Kane from the stretch for the first time, the right-hander, against the righty Jarvis. Here's the first pitch. Bounces a fastball outside and in the dirt for ball 1. Scooped up by the catcher, Mason Minzy. Rockford on the infield has Cam McDonald at third base, Comia at second base, Josh Dudden at second, and Tom Jostin at first. Outfield is Wilhite, Snyder, and Vanderwall left to right. Snyder, the new addition. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Another fastball low and outside. Throw back behind the runner. But the catch made in front of the bag at first base by Tom Jostin and well wide. Holding Hughes off first base. And the count 2 balls and no strikes. Two to Jarvis, the pitch. Swinging a foul ball right side. Bounces wide of the Rockford dugout on the first base side. And the count 2 balls and 1 strike. So a 2-1 count. Kane sets and fires the pitch to Jarvis. Runner takes off. Throw is high and away. Throw down by Minzy is in time to get him. Perfect throw by Minzy just to the right of the bag at second base. And Hewitt is tagged out for the second out of the inning. The new catcher, Minzy, playing his first official game as his first caught stealing of the season. Youth is still on second base. Kenosha coaching staff is arguing the call with the third base umpire, wide of the third base bag on our left side. Duffy Dyer really upset with the call. The former major leaguer, third base umpire walks away, and Dyer follows him up the third base line. Right now, Huth is staying at second base. He has not moved from the bag. The initial call was out. Dyer arguing that the runner Huth got his hand in there, his right hand, before the tag was put on. And Dyer walks angrily, and he's been thrown out. Duffy Dyer tossed to the bottom half of the first inning for arguing a stolen base call, and he has some words with the home plate umpire as well as he walks off towards his dugout. Scoops up a hat on the third base side and spikes it on a chair. Dyer has been ejected. He gets right back up and has some words with the third base umpire now. Walking toward the third base umpire, and the home plate umpire also joins in. Dyer is hot right now. Scoreless ball game in the bottom half of the first. A caught stealing against Gabe Huth by Mason Minzy. Arguing with both the home plate and third base umpire is Duffy Dyer. Still has words for both of them. Getting in the face of both. He's already been tossed. Walking back towards home plate, being escorted by the home plate umpire after getting his money's worth, although at what cost? Dyer walks back towards his dugout on the third base side. Of course, he cannot continue on the field for today's game. Gives the lineup to the third base coach, who I would assume will act as the manager for game number one. And Dyer trots off as Mike Jarvis has a 2-2 count on him. Dyer leaves the stadium just wide of the third base dugout. He'll have to watch from the sidelines. 2-2 the count with 2 away. Base is now empty for Mike Jarvis. That's the first ejection we've seen in any game this season. 2-2 the count, righty on righty. And Kane, after a long delay, deals to Jarvis. The pitch is fouled away just to the backstop. Got a piece on an outside fastball to Jarvis. The count's still 2-2. Nate Thomas on deck. 2-2 the count to Jarvis. Scoreless ball game, the base is empty. Bottom half of the first here in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Infield playing straight up, middle infielders just on the edge of the grass. 2-2 the count, rather 3-2 the count to Jarvis, and the pitch. Swinging a blooper over center field. Snyder ranges over to make the catch to his right, and that retires the side. So both teams down in short order. No runs, no hits, and 1 walk, and 1 caught stealing, and 1 ejection. No score after 1. Top of the second here in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Rockford and Kenosha no score. Rivets to bat in the second inning with Matt Higgins, Cam McDonald, and Jake Vanderwall, 4, 5, and 6. Gabe Beerman, the right-handed starter for Kenosha, got Wilhite, Comia, and Jostin down in order. A couple of groundouts and a strikeout against them. And so Higgins, the DH, to bat. The lefty against the right-hander, Beerman. Higgins wearing number 4 in dark gray for Rockford. The sophomore from Berberian who leads the team in hits, doubles, and runs scored, also hit by pitches. 2 for 3 with a home run a couple of days ago against Battle Creek. And the first pitch is a fastball that misses for ball 1 from Beerman. Beerman using just 10 pitches to get through the first 3 Rockford batters. 1 ball and no strikes to count, and here's the pitch to Higgins. Fastball swung on grounded between first and second. First baseman Pena has it wide of the bag. Throws sidearm to the pitcher Beerman. Wide of the bag, he makes the catch and puts his foot on the first base bag to retire Matt Higgins. Score at 3-1. That throw was nearly costly by the first baseman Pena as the pitcher Beerman was coming over to cover the base. Beerman just had to reach over his left shoulder to make the play. So Pena avoids an E3. And Higgins retired for the first out, and that brings up Cam McDonald. McDonald, the Rockford Rivets Player of the Week this past week. Wearing number 25, he's hit in all 5 games he's played, batting .313. First pitch, fastball, swing and a miss, outside corner. And the count 0-1 to McDonald. The Illinois Fighting Illini from Ladd, Illinois. 5 for his first 16 with 8 RBIs in his first, rather 7 for 21. 8 RBIs in his first 5 games. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fastball, swing and a ground ball, foul. Back into the left of the plate. 2 for 5 with 3 RBIs. His last time out 2 days ago. Has driven in 3 runs in each of his last 2 games. No balls and 2 strikes to count. And Beerman fires to McDonald. Fastball, swinging a ground ball in on the hands of third base. Charging in, Nate Thomas throws across from the grass and makes the play. Well in time to get McDonald. Doesn't have a lot of speed running down the baseline. And there's 2 men quickly away in the second. Defensively for Kenosha, it's Nate Thomas at third base. R.J. Pearson plays short. Ethan Owens at second with Roberto Pena at first. Mike Jarvis, Brandon Huth, and Zachary Nagalski left to right in the Kingfish outfield with Drew Dyer catching for Gabe Beerman. Ryan Nernstield acting as the DH today for the home Kingfish. Here's Jake Vanderwall with 2 men out here in the top of the second. A scoreless ball game and the base is empty. First pitch to him. Fastball is inside, ball 1. Vanderwall, the lefty, against the righty Beerman. Batting .344, leads the Rockford team in batting average. A couple of home runs and 9 RBIs. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Inside fastball, again off the plate, ball 2, 2-0. Vanderwall has hit in both of his last 2 games, multi-hit games. He's 5 for his last 9. After a bit of a slump over a week's period. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Vanderwall swings at a fastball and grounds it off himself and then rolls up the middle toward the mound. Dies about 40 feet past home plate, but a foul ball, count 2-1. So Vanderwall over his previous 6 games had just 2 total hits, was 2 for 24, but over his last 2 games is 5 for 9. Batting average back up to .344 and back in the batting average lead where he's resided for most of this campaign for Rockford. 2 balls and 1 strike, the count with 2 out. Here's the pitch. Fastball swinging a hard grounder towards second base. Owens comes in to get it, throws on to first, and that retires Vanderwall in plenty of time. Again, 1, 2, 3 for Rockford, 3 straight groundouts. It's been 6 up and 6 down for Gabe Beerman. No score, headed to the bottom half of the second.
Down there we have risking the ribs. That was Ashton
Bottom of the
Davis.
second, a scoreless game between Rockford and Kenosha here at Simmons Field in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Kingfish retired in short order, not 1, 2, 3, but in short order in the top, or bottom half of the first. Just a walk to Brendan Huth, who was caught stealing at second base, the only runner for either team. And Nate Thomas to bat, the cleanup man against Cooper Kane. Thomas the lefty and Kane the right-hander, who used 16 pitches in inning number 1.
That's right.
Struck out 1 and walked 1. Nate Thomas wearing number 4 in cream, batting .328 on the season. And the first pitch from Kane on the way is a fastball that nicks the outside corner for a strike. 0-1 on Thomas. Thomas with 14 RBIs and 2 home runs on the season. Here's the 0-1 from Kane. Fastball swinging a foul ball left side in the parking lot. Count is 0-2. Thomas from St. Joseph's University in Philadelphia, native of Delaware. Steps in with a .517 on base rate, highest on the Kenosha side. Here's the 0-2 from Kane, the pitch. Breaking ball, swinging a ground ball, first base side. It rolls to the Rockford dugout, or it's scooped up by Casey Ford, I believe, who's starting game number 2 today. No balls and 2 strikes to count. Thomas steps in, and here's the pitch. Fastball just up at the letters, rule the ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ryan Nernshield, the right-handed batter, and Roberto Pena, the right-handed batter, followed a lefty, Nate Thomas. One of only 2 lefties against the righty Kane in the order. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball on the outside corner, strike 3 call. A half swing by Thomas, but it was in there anyway. And there's 2 Ks in the game now for Cooper Kane. 2 looking strikeouts for Kane, who struck out 5 Kingfish over 4 innings his first start. Has 2 today. And the batter will be Ryan Nernshield, the DH. Nernshield wearing number 16, a .290 batter with 7 RBIs. 0 for 3 last night in Kalamazoo. Up with 1 out, here's the pitch. Fastball up and in, ball 1. Nernshield from Eastern Illinois University, native of St. Louis. 3 RBIs against Rockford in 2 games played this season. He's 2 for 6 against Rivet pitching. Here's the 1-0. Fastball is fouled back to the screen, 1-1. Rolls to the right, and assistant coach Chandler Purcell for Rockford scoops it up and tosses it to the opposite dugout. 1 ball and 1 strike. And the pitch to Nernshield. Off-speed pitch just misses low, and the count is 2-1. Here's Kane's 2-1 pitch. Nernshield swings away and fouls a fastball off to the right. Count is 2-2. Nernshield hitless this season against Cooper Kane. Again, faced him once. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch to Nernshield on the way. Swing and a miss, off-speed pitch. The changeup got him, and Nernshield swung through it. And Cooper Kane has back-to-back strikeouts to begin the second inning. 3 on the day. And there's 2 men down for Roberto Pena. Pena wearing number 39, appearing for the first time against Rockford, playing his 5th game. 2 for 14 to begin this season, a .143 batter. On the year with 3 RBIs. Out of the University of Florida. Right-hander batter against the righty Kane. And Cooper Kane's first pitch on the way. The fastball that misses well away for ball 1. Pena, a Venezuelan native, attended high school in Fort Lauderdale, Florida before going to U of F. Cooper Kane on the mound from Jacksonville. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Up and in for ball 2. Kane going to school in Georgia at Valdosta State, but a Jacksonville native. So a couple of guys with Florida connections facing each other right now. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Pena. Breaking ball up and in, and falling down to get out of the way that time is Pena. Count 3-0. Pena playing his first home game of his Kenosha season. The first 4 played on the road. Here's the 3-0 pitch. Fastball doesn't nick the corner on the outside black. It's called ball 4, and a 4-pitch walk issued by Cooper Kane on Roberto Pena.
Development is proud to present the Lodge and Charity, donating $20 from the Home Foundation.
That brings up Zachary Nagalski with a 2-out base runner at first in Pena.
Now batting for the Kingfish.
Nagalski wearing number 50, a 265 batter with a home run and 9 RBI on the season. Leads the Kenosha side with 26 strikeouts in 21 games. With 2 out, here's the first pitch. Fastball is spiked at the plate, got away from Mincy, and Pena advances freely to second base. That was off the glove of Mincy, low and away, and Mincy, who may have been crossed up, comes out to talk with Cooper Kane on the mound following a ball 1 pitch. Kane has thrown 5 straight balls. Up to 31 pitches, 16 of them out of the strike zone. Nagalski 1 for 2, his only time facing Cooper Kane this season. That was the first game these two teams played 9 days ago in Rockford. 1-0 count to Nagalski. Kane looks back at second, fires the pitch. Fastball is low and away again, ball 2. Nagalski from UW Milwaukee. Finished up his sophomore season where he batted .294. 2 balls and no strikes. Kane from the stretch, third base side. Fires the pitch. Fastball has the inside corner for a strike. And the count 2-1. Kane finds the strike zone after 6 straight balls. RJ Pearson on deck. 2 out, runner on second base in a scoreless game. Runner takes off this Pena. Breaking ball, swing and a miss. Throw down to third is not in time. Pena got in before the tag from the third baseman, Cam McDonald. It was a laser of a throw by the catcher, Mason Minzy, to his left. But in there safely with a stolen base, Roberto Pena. And the count 2-2 on Nagalski with 2 out. Go ahead run 90 feet away, scoreless game, bottom half of the second with 2 men out. And here's a 2-2 to Nagalski, the pitch. Breaking ball missed outside, ball 3. And a big payoff coming to Nagalski. Has been a consistent hitter in this Kenosha lineup. Has hits in 14 of his 21 games played this season. That's 2/3. Here's the 3-2 pitch from Kane. Fastball swinging a pop-up, shallow center field. A few steps to his left is Snyder. Glove up, makes the catch, and that retires the side. So Nagalski flies out, strands Pena at third. No runs, no hits, 1 walk, 1 man left. And after 2 innings of play, there was no score between Rockford and Kenosha.
2 contestants tonight be moving and grooving. Kids 12 and under, head on over to the Aurora Healthcare Kids Zone.
Top 3 in Kenosha, Wisconsin at Simmons Field. Rivets no score, and the Kingfish no score. No hits for either team either through 2 innings. And for Gabe Bierman, the Kenosha starter, it's been 6 up and 6 down. 1 strikeout and 5 groundouts. No balls hit beyond the infield dirt. Nolan Snyder, Mason Minzy, and Josh Dutton to face Bierman. 7, 8, and 9 for Rockford in the top half of the third. Nolan Snyder, the new addition to the Rockford lineup, playing his first official game the senior from Quincy University, batting from the right side. The first pitch from the righty Kane. Excuse me, Bierman, the opposite starter, is low and away for ball one. A fastball. 1 ball and no strikes. Bierman sets and fires the pitch. Fastball over the plate this time, and Snyder takes strike one. 1 ball and 1 strike. Snyder played yesterday, but the stat's not official. Game called after 3 innings will be resumed in about a couple of weeks. 1-1, just inside, ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. Bierman just 19 pitches through his first 6 outs. 1 strikeout and 5 grindouts. Highly efficient so far. 2-1 to Snyder, the pitch. Fastball swinging a foul ball off of Snyder. Rolls up toward the pitcher's mound. Ends up going just shy of the bump. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Snyder wearing number 11 in the Rockford Road gray uniform. Taking the number of Jeff Heinrich. Departed from the roster a couple of days ago. Another new guy in Mason Minzy on deck, the catcher. Snyder in center field today. 2-2 with nobody out. Scoreless ball game in the top of the 3rd. Here's the pitch. Up and in with a fastball, ball 3 from Gabe Bierman. Snyder grew up in St. Louis, now lives in Memphis, Tennessee. Attends Quincy in southwestern Illinois. Here's this 3-2 to Snyder, the pitch. Fastball swinging a high fly ball left field, but playable in left field for Jarvis. Takes a couple of steps back and makes the catch for the first out. Not a whole lot of launch angle on that ball. Was pretty much a line drive to left field. And a fly out for Nolan Snyder. Brings up Mason Minzy, the left-handed hitting catcher from Texas Tech, as the 8th man up in the order. Minzy, the freshman, at 6'2", 195. A switch hitter, batting from the left side against the righty Gabe Bierman, who winds and fires the first pitch to Minzy. Fastball off the plate to the outside, taken for ball 1. That was the first fly ball of the game. It's been 7 up and 7 down for this Rockford lineup. 1 ball and no strikes from Bierman. The pitch to Minzy. Fastball up and away for ball 2. 2-0. Minzy played just 5 games with the Red Raiders of Texas Tech. Went 1 for 11, native of Michigan. 2-0 the count to Minzy. And here's the pitch. Fastball swing and a miss. Swung right through it for strike 1. 3 straight fastballs from Bierman to Mason Minzy. Minzy, the number 1 rated catcher in the state of Michigan by perfect game, coming out of high school last season. 2-1 the count. The pitch. Fastball is taken for strike 2. Minzy thought about swinging but laid off, and the pitch was in there. And the count evens up at 2-2 with 1 out, and Josh Dudden on deck, the second baseman for Rockford. Bierman into a set. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fastball swing and a miss. An outside fastball, and Minzy chases. Second K of the game for Gabe Bierman. That brings up Josh Dudden.
Now batting for the Rivets.
Dudden to come up with 2 out. Left-handed hitting second baseman, the future Creighton Blue Jay. The last man up in the Rockford order. That's gone up 8 up and 8 down. The righty Bierman to the lefty, Dudden the first pitch. Fastball is fouled off to the left for strike 1. Dudden batting .290 on the season with 4 RBIs. Hitless in his last 2 games, 0 for his last 7. Here's the 0-1 to Dudden the pitch. Inside for a strike, 0-2. On deck would be Andrew Wilhite, the leadoff man. 0-2 the count with 2 away. Bases empty, top 3, scoreless game. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Dudden. Swinging a ground ball to second base. Owens charges in. Underhand flips with his right hand to first base, and Pena makes the catch in time, and that retires Josh Dudden. So 9 up and 9 down for Rockford against Gabe Bierman. No score, bottom half of the 3rd coming up from Kenosha. Scoreless game in the bottom half of the third. Rivets and Kingfish. Kenosha to bat with 8, 9, and 1 up. R.J. Pearson, Drew Dyer, and Ethan Owens. All righties to start against Cooper Kane. No score, no hits, no errors for either team. 2 walks issued by Cooper Kane. That's been all. No runs across. Here's R.J. Pearson and the first pitch from Kane on the way. Fastball grounded down to third. McDonald in front of the bag, right near the foul line. Whips it across to first on the line drive. It's caught by Tom Jostin at first base for the 5-3 putout. There's out number 1.
Now batting with the Kingfish.
Brings up Drew Dyer. Last man in the Kenosha lineup, the catcher batting right-handed. Dyer wearing number 0 in cream, grandson of now ejected head coach Duffy Dyer. Up with 1 out, Kane from the right-handed batter. First pitch. Fastball is inside of the belt for ball 1. Dyer on the season batting .094. He's 3 for 32. 3 RBIs in 10 games. 1-0 pitch, swings and misses at a high fastball for strike 1. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Dyer from Chicago State University. Kane's 1-1 the pitch. Fastball, a quarter swing as it was low and away in the dirt. Dyer lays off and the count is 2-1. Dyer 1 for his last 22 over his last 6 games, playing for the first time since Friday. 2 balls and 1 strike with 1 out. And here's the pitch. Fastball swinging a bleeder over second base. That's down for a base hit to right field. In front of Jake Vanderwall and right, who had to let it go. Opted not to charge, and Drew Dyer has his 4th hit of the season. Single into right. There's the first base hit for either team today. An unlikely guy to get a base hit is Dyer, who was 1 for his last 22. But 1 for 1 today. He's on first base for the leadoff man, Ethan Owens. Third base runner for Kenosha today, their first base hit. And Dyer leads off first base for the leadoff man, Owens, batting .244. Scores to bunt, lays off, appeal down to second base, called a strike, 0-1. Owens from Drury University, Division II product. Same school as Aaron Mann in Springfield, Missouri. No balls and 1 strike. Pitch to Owens. Breaking ball over the plate on the inside corner for a strike, 0-2. Plenty of sinking action on that breaking pitch from Cooper Kane, the Valdosta State guy. Here's the 0-2. Kane from the stretch, fires the pitch. Swinging a ground ball to third, McDonald has it, looks to first and throws that way on a line drive caught by Jostin as Dyer overran second base but gets back sliding head first in front of a throw from the first baseman Jostin. So he's at second base and Owens retired 5-3. There's 2 men away. McDonald saw his only play was to first base, the shore out, not going to try to get 2. So Huth, the center fielder, who's 0 for 0 with a walk today. Brendan Huth, the left-hander, up with 2 men out and 1 man on. Dyer at second base in a scoreless ball game, bottom of the third. From the stretch, Cooper Kane, the righty against the lefty Huth. And here's the first pitch. Breaking ball falls low. Was dropped for a moment by Mason Minzy, the catcher. It's ball 1. Huth out of St. Joseph's in Philadelphia, 6'3" left-hander. An outfielder playing at center today. 1 ball and no strikes the count. Kane comes set with Dyer at second base for Kenosha, the pitch. Fastball misses down below the knees. Ball 2 to Huth, 2-0. Two men out, Dyer in scoring position. Mike Jarvis, the on-deck man for Kenosha in a scoreless game. 2-0 the count. Here's the pitch from Kane. Spikes a fastball. Runner takes off. Dyer to third base. There's no throw down as Minzy waited a second before picking it up. Couldn't find the baseball. That was right in front of the feet of the left-handed batter Huth. Count 3-0 as Dyer moves to third base. The control for Kane has been an issue today. On this Rockford side, he's spiked quite a few balls and has not thrown that many in the strike zone as we're used to seeing. 3-0 the count. Here's the pitch on the way to Huth. Fastball in there for a strike, lower half, 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike. Kane comes set from the windup this time. Here's the pitch. Inside for ball 4. It skips away, runner comes home, and the tag put on by the catcher in time. Drew Dyer coming home on a pass ball, and Dyer is tagged out by the catcher Minzy as he ran to home plate and almost dove to put the tag on Dyer, who was coming down the third base line. So he is retired, trying to take home plate. That ends the 3rd inning. No score in Kenosha. Top of the 4th in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Drew Dyer was caught trying to steal home plate. Well, not steal, advance on a pass ball. Mason Minzy, the catcher, tagged him a few feet before the bag as he took it himself behind home plate and ran to the bag to put the tag on Dyer. That ended the 3rd inning. So after 3, there's no score. Gabe Bierman back to the mound to face the top of the Rockford order. Wilhite, Comia, and Tom Jostin. Rivets were 9 up and 9 down their first 3 innings. Wilhite let things off with a putout on the first pitch back to the pitcher's mound, and Bierman, he's 0 for 1. Bierman comes set, and the righty deals the first pitch to the lefty Wilhite. And it's outside for ball 1 to begin the 4th inning of a scoreless game. Again, these are 7-inning games in this doubleheader. Game number 2 coming 30 minutes after the conclusion of game number 1, which we're in now. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Wilhite. Fastball upper half, called a strike, 1-1. Through 9 men for Rockford, there have been 2 strikeouts, 6 groundouts, and 1 flyout. Rivets 0 for 9, no base runners. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball grounded past the pitcher's mound to second base, fielded by the shortstop Pearson, throws on to first, and it is in time to get him. The throw was high to Pena, who reached up above his head to make the catch, and retired by half a step is Andrew Wilhite, 6-3. And there's the first out of the 4th. That's the first put out to shortstop in today's game. The 7th Rockford groundout. That brings up Brendan Comia. Of course, the at-bat's far more important with the innings limit at 7, shorted game by 2 innings. Here's the first pitch to Comia. The right-hander takes ball 1, a fastball low. Comia struck out his first time up. He's 0 for 1. Freshman from Illinois out of U of I. 300 batter on the season. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball looped into left center field. That is down for a base hit. It one-hops to Huth, who dove to make a play on it. He cuts it off before going into the gap, so it's a base hit for Brendan Comia. It was a hard charge by the center fielder Hewitt, who dove but had to field it on one hop and did so successfully. But Comia reaches base. And a one-out base runner is Rockford's first hit today. And Comia keeps his streak alive. He's hit in all 5 games now that he's played. That brings up Tom Jostin, the first baseman. Left-handed batter with 11 RBIs leads the team. Had a hit in his last game, 0 for 1 today, batting .229. Here's the first pitch. There's a fastball over the plate for strike 1. Jostin to ground out to second base his first time. He is 0 for 1. Rivets and Kingfish no score, 1 hit for each team, no errors aside. No balls and 1 strike to Jostin. Infield looks to turn 2. Throw back to first base on Comia. In there safely, head first. Third baseman Nate Thomas playing just outside the infield grass. First baseman Pena holding the runner. Comia off first. 0-1 the count with 1 away. Here's the pitch to Jostin. Swinging a foul off left side over the bleachers. Count is 0-2. Matt Higgins, the cleanup man, is on deck. Rockford with their first base runner, their first base hit. Comia leads off first base. And Jostin behind on the count 0-2, the future UCF Knight. Throw back to him, he's up sliding. Back-to-back pickoffs by the pitcher Gabe Bierman on this at-bat. Comia is 0 for 2 on stolen bases this season. 0-2 the count to Jostin. Bierman comes set, just below the letters from the stretch for the first time. Throws back again on Comia. Up sliding once more for a 3rd time this at-bat. This game not the only doubleheader going on around the Northwoods League. Green Bay and Wisconsin Rapids are playing game 1 of theirs right now. Raptors lead the Booyah 7-0 in the 6th. 0-2 pitch, Jostin foul tips one on a check swing. Rolls left of home plate, count is still 0-2 with 1 out. And Comia off of first base.
Why can't you count on Yoda to pick up the tab? Because he's always a little short.
Bierman kicks off some dirt on the pitcher's rubber. Stands on the first base side. And from the stretch, the 0-2. As Bierman comes set. Turns and throws back to first. They may have had him picked off, and they did. 4th time's the charm for Bierman. It was a very wide lead for Brendan Comia, and he's caught trying to slide in head first. And Comia is erased. That might be the first Rockford pickoff on their side this entire season that I can remember. Comia is erased. There's 2 men away now, and the base is empty in the 4th. Infield back to usual depth. Count is 0-2 on Jostin. Here's the pitch. Fastball swinging a line drive left field side, ends up near the bullpen. Beyond it, foul ball out of play left field. Jostin shot one the other way, the left-hander. No balls and 2 strikes. Matt Higgins on deck. Top of the 4th in a scoreless game. This 7-inning doubleheader, game number 1. Rivets and Kingfish in Kenosha. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Jostin. Fastball swinging a pop-up. Wide of the 3rd base line. Thomas gives it a look. Does he have a play? It bounces in foul territory, but Thomas didn't read it properly. Was looking straight up. Trying to get around a photographer wide of the dugout. Either way, couldn't make the play. The ball ended up in foul territory. Not an error on the play. The count is 0-2. With 2 away to Jostin. Bierman's thrown 4 pitches this at-bat and threw back on Brendan Comia 4 times. The 4th pickoff attempt was the one that worked. Jostin called time, now steps back in. The lefty first baseman with an 0-2 count with 2 away. Bierman winds and deals the pitch. Fastball bounces ahead of home plate. Blocked by Dyer. Count is 1-2. One ball and 2 strikes to count with 2 out. Bases are empty. Top of the 4th for Rockford. Scoreless ball game. Here's Bierman's pitch to Jostin. Fastball, strike 3 call, inside half of the plate, and just above the knees. Jostin is retired, and Rockford down in short order in the 4th against Gabe Bierman. After 3.5, there is no score between Rockford and Kenosha.
Left fielder number 23.
Bottom of the 4th, a scoreless ball game in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Rockford down in short order once again in the top half of the 4th, and now in the bottom half. Brendan Huth leads things off, and the first pitch to him. Mike Jarvis leads things off, takes the first pitch inside for ball 1. Jarvis, the left fielder, 0 for 1 today. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That hit him inside, fastball. He was nicked by the pitch, tried to turn away, and it did nick his jersey. First hit batsman of the ball game for either team, and Jarvis aboard at first.
Third baseman, your Kerber Smiles, pediatric dentistry cleanup hitter of the night. Number 4, Nate Thomas.
That brings up Nate Thomas.
Kerber Smiles. Works clean 15. Takes them clean.
That's the 4th base runner allowed
You can eat right off them.
by Cooper Kane. 3 walks, and now this hit batsman. Jarvis will take his lead off first for Nate Thomas, the .328 batter. One of the best hitters on this Kenosha side. Kane's first pitch, a fastball inside and low for ball 1 on Thomas. Thomas struck out looking his first time. He's 0 for 1. It was a call that Thomas did not like. The batting average leader on Kenosha. Pitch. Swinging a pop-up above third base. McDonald called off by the shortstop, and Comia makes the catch. 2 steps into the outfield grass for the first out of the 4th. Both the shortstop and third baseman, Comia and McDonald from the University of Illinois. Both playing together many games this freshman season for both, so I'm sure the chemistry is there between number 25, McDonald, and number 7, Comia. Comia calling off McDonald for the catch. There's one away. And the batter will be Ryan Nernshield, the DH. Nernshield struck out his first time. He's 0 for 1. First pitch. Swinging a fly ball to right center. Vanderbilt Chargers can't make the play. It bounces in front of him. 2 hops to him. Going first to third on the play, Mike Jarvis, as Nernshield has a single. Jarvis running on the pitch, looking to steal. It was a hit and run. And Nernshield sent one the opposite way in front of Vanderwall and right. Second base hit of the game for the Kingfish. Both shallow shots to right field. And it becomes first and third with 1 out for Roberto Pena. Pena, who walked on 4 pitches his first time up, reached third before not going anywhere after that. Pena batting 143. He's 2 for 14, playing his first home game. First pitch. Fastball low and away, just above the dirt. Scooped up by Minzy for ball 1. Pena with 3 RBI on the season. He's got Jarvis at third. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball swinging a ground to the third base. Nice stop by McDonald. Goes to second for one. On to first, the turn. They can't get two, and a run does come home with Jarvis. The 5-4-3 double play attempt does not work. Nernschil erased at second base, but the throw just a step late on Roberto Pena. So it's a 5-4 fielder's choice, and Pena has himself first base. Jarvis comes home to make it 1-0 Kenosha here in the fourth.
Now batting for the Kingfish.
And there's 2 men away for Zachary Nagalski. So there's the first run of the game. Now Nagalski, the right-handed batter. Here's the first pitch. Breaking ball is fouled away right side of the opposite field. Into the trees beyond the first base side. Out of play for strike one. So Pena gets Jarvis home on a fielder's choice. Not exactly fast moving, was nearly caught on a 5-4-3 double play. 1-0 pitch, rather 0-1 pitch is bounced outside, 1-1. Nagalski flied out in the second inning, his first time up. He's 0 for 1. Right-handed batter from Milwaukee. 6'2" sophomore. 1-1 pitch. Swinging a foul away to the right side again. Nagalski laid on another one. And the count is 1-2 with 2 out. R.J. Pearson, the on-deck man. 1-2 with 2 out. Bases not empty. Pena's on first. And a 1-0 Kingfish lead here in the bottom half of the fourth. 1-2 the count from Kane. Here's Kane's pitch. Breaking ball is up and in. Ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Kane finds himself trailing despite 3 2/3 solids innings. It's been Bierman on the other side that's been even better than Kane, who's been phenomenal today. 2-2, the pitch. Fastball inside, ball 3, again off the plate. And the count is 3-2. The only issue against Kane has been his control of the strike zone. 30 strikes and 30 balls, 60 total pitches. No action in either bullpen. 3-2 with 2 out, a payoff coming to Nagalski, and Kane deals. Swinging a foul ball to the screen as Pena on 3-2 with 2 out was taking off. And the count's still full.
What kind of car?
Pena trots back to first.
You heard it.
Full count with 2 out, 1-0 Kenosha. Off of first base, Roberto Pena. He'll be running on the pitch from Cooper Kane. Righty on righty, 3-2 to Nagalski. Kane sets below the belt and fires the pitch. Breaking ball is inside for ball 4. And Nagalski draws a walk on 3-2. Sends Pena to second base automatically. There's 2 men aboard for R.J. Pearson. Pearson, the 6th man to bat, the longest inning for either team in today's game. Previous long was 4. Pearson, the shortstop, is 0 for 1. He'll come up and out before Adam Carey comes on to talk to his starter, Cooper Kane. Carey, the pitching coach, native of Iowa. Nick Jouer has been given the call to trot out to the bullpen and warm up a reliever for Rockford. Here in the bottom half of the fourth, a 1-0 Kenosha lead. Kenosha looking to win their first game against Rockford this season. This is the 4th these 2 teams have played. Rockford coming back from 5-0 down 7 days ago at Rivets Stadium to win 8-6. Rockford won the only game here in Kenosha, 5-0. A complete game 1 hitter by Brad Littleton, the Rockford starter. So here's R.J. Pearson, who's 0 for 1 with a ground out to third his first time up. Forced at every base but home, first and second with 2 out. 1-0 Kenosha. Pearson, the righty, against the righty Cooper Kane, who has the sign following an appearance by Adam Carey, the pitching coach. Here's Kane's first offering. Fastball right over the plate for strike 1, taken all the way by Pearson. Pearson, the Oklahoma native from Oral Roberts in Tulsa. 190 batted with 6 RBI on the season. 2 on, 2 out. Here's Kane's 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball missed off the inside edge. Count is 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Kane, a Long set, looks back to second base, runner covering. It's off the foot of the runner at second base, Pena, who goes over to third base as the ball skips off his back foot, off the sole of his shoe, and into center field. Well, the shortstop on the play, Comia, quickly covered the second base bag ahead of Pena's reaction. And the pitcher, Kane, saw it and threw over, but threw wide and hit off of Pena's foot and bounced into center field, where Snyder had to rush in to field it. So it becomes first and third now, and a 1-1 count coming to Pearson. Here's Kane's offering. Fastball high and away. Runner takes off for second base, got him in a pickle. In a rundown, the run does come home, so it'll count. Throw to first base, and Jostin throws to the shortstop, Comia, who tags out the runner, Nagalski. But the Pena run does come home long before Nagalski is tagged out. It is 2-0 Kenosha after 4 innings of play in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Kingfish is back at home. Good luck.
We head to the 5th. It is 2-0 Kenosha. They push across 2 runs on 1 hit in the bottom half of the 4th. First run scoring by Mike Jarvis, and the second run scored by Roberto Pena. Game 1 on a fielder's choice. Here's Higgins sending one. That's foul for strike 1. Matt Higgins at the plate to begin the top half of the 5th. It's 4, 5, and 6 for Rockford. Starter Gabe Bierman for Kenosha has faced the minimum. 12 batters in 4 innings. Higgins 0 for 1, grounded out to first base his first time up. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Bierman on the way. Fastball taken for a strike, just about over the plate for strike 2. Cam McDonald to follow with Jake Vanderwall in the hole for Rockford. 0-2 the count to the hits leader on the Rivets team, Higgins. The pitch from Bierman. Fastball swinging a foul back. Just got a piece at Higgins. It hits off the backstop and rolls 3/4 of the way to the pitcher's mound, but Bierman discards it and wants to do baseball. Higgins batting .308 with 9 RBIs and 1 home run. That came a couple of days ago in a win over Battle Creek in a 10-2 victory. No balls and 2 strikes with nobody out. Here's the pitch to Higgins on the way. Fastball swing and a miss. Swung over one that was well below the knees, and Higgins is retired. 4th strikeout of the game for Gabe Bierman, who has been cruising through 4 1/3 so far. He's thrown just 49 pitches and has a possibility to go 7, which would be a complete game in this game number 1. Just 1 hit of baseball, the only hit, a Comia single in the 4th. Here's Cam McDonald. McDonald riding a hitting streak. He's hit in all 5 games he's played in. Here's the first pitch. Fastball is swung on and fouled away right side over the screen. 0-1. McDonald 0 for 1 today. Of course, who knows how many at-bats he'll get in a shortened game against a pitcher like Bierman, who has faced the minimum. He ground out his first time up to third base. 1 out here in the 5th. Here's the 0-1. Fastball swinging a ground ball to short. On comes the shortstop Pearson, throws across to first, well in time. Pena steps on the bag, and that retires McDonald for the second out. And there's 2 men away here in the 5th. Now Jake Vanderwall. Vanderwall, the right fielder, batting lefty. Grounded to second base his first time. He's nothing out of 1. Vanderwall, the Long Beach State product from Grand Rapids, Michigan. 5 for 9 over his last 2 games, following a 6-game slump in which he had only 2 hits. Here's the first pitch from Bierman. Fastball is called a strike, 0-1. 0-1 the count. The righty Bierman comes set and winds and pitches. Fastball is just off the plate. There's ball 1, 1 ball, 1 strike. Base is empty, 2 out. Scoreless for Rockford at least. 2-0 top of the 5th for Kenosha. Swing and a miss on a low fastball. Count 1-2 now on Vanderwall. This Rockford offense has looked silent today. The 1 hit by Comilla, pretty much an outlier. There have been no playable balls really for Rockford. None that even threatened for hits except that Comilla single. Here's the 1-2 to Vanderwall, the pitch. Swinging a foul ball left side, out of play. 2 out here in the 5th, 2-0 Kenosha. Nolan Snyder would be next. Jake Vanderwall with a 1-2 count and 2 away. Vanderwall comes set, as does Bierman, who fires the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Vanderwall down on strikes. 5th K of the game for Bierman, who has faced the minimum through 5 against Rockford. 2-0 Kingfish after 4.5.
Time for the 5th inning stretch. Once upon a child, Kenosha.
New pitcher for Rockford in the bottom half of the 5th of this 7-inning game. Game number 1 of 2 today in this doubleheader at Simmons Field. 2-0 Kenosha. Trevin Eubanks to pitch the 5th inning for Rockford after Cooper Kane went 4 innings and allowed 2 runs, 1 of them earned. Ends up throwing more balls than strikes on his evening. R.J. Pearson, the first man Trevin Eubanks faces the right-hander against the righty. And the big man Eubanks fires away, swinging a pop-up, first base side, fair territory. First baseman called up by the second baseman, and it's caught by Dutton. Behind the first base bag, a few steps into the outfield grass for the first out. So Eubanks, a Valdosta State guy from Niceville, Florida. 6'1", 245, the senior from VSU. 3rd relief appearance this season, the 2nd time he's played against Kenosha. Last pitch 7 days ago against these Kingfish over at Rivets Stadium. ERA of 3.86. 1 earned run in 2 1/3 innings. Here's Drew Dyer. First pitch is fouled back to the screen. 0-1. So you've got a Valdosta State guy from Florida starting the game and a Valdosta State guy from Florida relieving him here in the 5th. And Eubanks. Kane in line for the loss. His team trailing 2-0. Base is empty, 1 out. Time called by the home plate umpire as Drew Dyer requested it. Dyer, who singled back from the 3rd. The only Kenosha hit. Either 1 of 2 Kenosha hits in the game. 0-1 pitch is off the plate for ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Eubanks sets in the pitch. Breaking ball right over the plate for a strike. 1-2. Broke from the inside back over the middle. He's ahead 1-2. Eubanks from the stretch. First base out of the rubber comes set. Above the letters and fires the 1-2 pitch. Fastball on the outside corner. Strike 3 call. Minzy upstanding. He knew it right away. And Dyer retired for the 2nd out. First strikeout of the game for Eubanks after Cooper Kane fanned 3. That's the first strikeout for Rockford pitching since the 2nd inning. And that brings up the leadoff man, Ethan Owens, with 2 out here in the 5th. Rockford trails 2-0. Here's Eubanks' first pitch to him. Breaking ball missed well outside. There's ball 1 to Owens, who's 0 for 2 today, a ground out and a strikeout. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball, missed low, ball 2. Owens a 244 batter with 5 RBIs from Drury. Count 2-0. Eubanks the pitch. Swinging a line drive over first. That's down for a base hit down the right field line in shallow ground. Cut off by Vanderwall quickly. So Owens turns and holds at first base with a 2-out single. 3rd hit of the ball game for the Kenosha Kingfish. The 23rd of the season for Ethan Owens. Averaging a shade under 1 base hit per game. That brings up Brendan Youth. Youth, who's 0 for 0 with 2 walks in his first 2 plate appearances today. Lefty against the right-hander Eubanks, who allows a 2-out base hit to open his first inning of relief. Youth in his first game played. First pitch is taken low for ball 1. 2 out here in the bottom half of the 5th. 2-0 our score between Kenosha and Rockford. Kingfish on top. 2 runs in the bottom half of the 4th on 1 hit. 1 ball, no strikes to Youth. And the pitch. Swinging a foul ball left side. 1 ball, 1 strike. Off the screen. Youth still yet to have an official at-bat. 0 for 0 with 2 walks in his first Kenosha Kingfish game here in the Northwoods League. 1 ball, 1 strike. Eubanks leads in, looks back at first base where Owens resides, and comes set. Runner takes off, 1-1 is fouled at the plate. May have hit off the leg of Youth, and the count is 1-2. Owens will have to come back from second base to first as he was taken off on the pitch. Owens 4 for 4 on stolen bases this season. Kingfish as a team are 67.4% on the season. 1-2 the count to Youth. With 2 men away, 1 man on first base in Owens here in the bottom half of the 5th. 2-0 Kenosha. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Runner takes off again. Swing and a miss for strike 3, and that retires the side. So Eubanks comes in, allows no runs on 1 hit. 1 man left. He strands Ethan Owens and strikes out 2 in the 5th. 2-0 Kenosha after 5 at Simmons Field. Top 6, 2-0 Kenosha over Rockford here at Simmons Field. Game number 1 of 2. This 7-inning game number 1 and the doubleheader between the 8 and 15 Kingfish and the 11 and 10 Rockford Rivets. The Rivets find themselves trailing entering the 6th. The bottom 3 up in the order. Here's Nolan Snyder. First pitch from Gabe Bierman is inside of the belt for ball 1. Bierman has faced the minimum 15 batters in 5 innings. Snyder, Minzy, and Dutton up here in the road 6th for Rockford. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. Fastball swinging a fly ball to right field. Over toward the foul line comes Nagalski. He puts it away. Runs into the tarp in the right field side, but makes the play and holds on for the first out of the 6th. Bierman just cruising right now. That's 58 pitches through 5 1/3 for Bierman. 42 of them strikes and 16 balls. He's been just about unhittable. Just 1 hit allowed for Rockford. That's it. No walks, just a Brendan Comey single, the only base runner. Here's Mason Minzy, the catcher, and the first pitch on the way. Fastball swing and a miss, outside part. Strike 1 on Minzy, who struck out his first time. He's 0 for 1. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Bierman. Fastball missed low. It's 1-1.
He's only thrown, that was his 60th pitch.
1-1 from Bierman. 6th inning of work. Just 1 hit to baseball. 1-1 is taken low. Ball 2. 2-1 with 1 out on Mason Minzy. Still in search of his first Northwoods League hit. This, of course, his first game. 2 balls and 1 strike. Minzy the lefty, Bierman the righty. Bierman fires the pitch. Fastball's fouled off to the screen left side. Count is 2-2. Pitch count certainly favors Bierman at just 62. In a 7-inning game, he could go a full 7 if he so chooses, or if the coaching staff decides not to put anyone else out there. No one warming up right now. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the pitch on the way to Minzy. Check swing, ball on the outside corner. No appeal, and the count is 3-2. Count runs full on Minzy. Bierman has not walked anybody today. He struck out 5. Just one base runner. Count 3-2, and Minzy's offering. He is outside with the fastball. There's ball 4. Minzy's first walk allowed is a 1-out base on balls to Mason Minzy. That brings up Josh Dudden.
Now batting for the Rivets.
Dudden 0 for 1. Left-handed hitting second baseman. And got on his first time up. Kenosha leads 2-0 over Rockford. Minzy on first with 1 out. Top half of the 6th. First pitch to Dudden. Fastball grounded down to second base. It may have hit off the runner, Minzy, and it did not. The second baseman throws him out. Ethan Owens throws to Pena to retire Josh Dudden. Somehow that ball avoided Minzy as he was running right in the path of it. Well, may have raised his foot over the ball. Was not slowed down by Minzy. Went right through him. Minzy heads to second base as Dudden is retired 4-3. And there's 2 men away here on the top of the 6th. Brings up Andrew Wilhite, Rockford's left fielder. Third time up through the order, with Minzy leading off second base. And 2 men out here in the 6th inning, 2-0 Kingfish. Bierman's first pitch. It's a breaking ball that falls over the inside edge for strike 1. Minzy at second base, the first man to reach beyond first today, just the second base runner. 1 walk on 1 hit, that's it for Gabe Bierman. 66 pitches for him. 1 ball and no strikes. Stares in a long way against Andrew Wilhite. Has the sign from his catcher, Drew Dyer. And fires the 0-1. Swing and a miss, count is 0-2. And Wilhite finds himself behind. He's 0 for 2 with a pair of groundouts today. 1 back to the pitcher's mound and 1 to the shortstop. That got past the mound and was picked off by R.J. Pearson behind the second base bag back in the 4th. No balls and 2 strikes with 2 out. Minzy leads off second base, not being held on by Pearson. Here's the 0-2 to Wilhite, the pitch. Upstairs with the fastball, ball 1. 1-2. Eubanks will pitch the 6th for Rockford. No one warming up in their bullpen. Same scenario for the Kingfish. Bierman looking to escape the 6th with just 1 walk, and Minzy leading off second base. 2-0 Kenosha. Count 1-2 now on Wilhite. Bierman comes set at the belt and fires the pitch. Fastball swing and a miss. Wilhite goes down. 6 strikeouts for Gabe Bierman, who has pitched 1 hit baseball through 6 innings. It is 2-0 Kenosha, headed to the bottom half of the 6th here at Simmons Field. Kingfish 2, Rivets no score. Bottom of the 6th here at Simmons Field in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Why did the movies, the Star Wars movies,
Rivets with no runs on 1 hit and 1 error. And Kenosha with 2 runs on 3 hits and no errors.
Come out in that order.
Trevin Eubanks to pitch the bottom half of the 6th inning for the Rockford Rivets. 3, 4, and 5 up in the Kenosha order. Mike Jarvis, Nate Thomas, and Ryan Nernshield. Kenosha leading 2-0 here in the bottom of the 6th.
People kept pushing.
Eubanks the only reliever on either side. No one warming for Kenosha, so it appears as if Gabe Bierman will go a complete 7 innings on the opposite side. Eubanks looking to keep the score at 2-0. He'll face Mike Jarvis first, who's overwhelmed with a hit by pitch. Scored a run his last time up back in the 4th after being hit by Cooper Kane. Righty on righty battle, and Eubanks' first offering is a fastball that's popped up. First base side, shallow right, Vanderwall calls off the second baseman and makes the catch in shallow right field. And Jarvis retired for the first out. Here's Nate Thomas. Thomas, the batter, is 0 for 2. A pop out and a strikeout looking. The third baseman, nothing for 2 today. Trevin Eubanks pitched around a 2-out base hit to Ethan Owens allowed in the 5th inning. Struck out 2 men. Got through it in 12 pitches. Left-handed batter Thomas against the righty Eubanks. Infield shifted toward the right side, playing him to pull. First pitch. Breaking ball misses inside, ball 1. Shortstop Comia is playing to the right of the second base bag. And the second baseman Dudden is playing on the outfield grass on the right side, so 3 infielders on the right. Pitch is fouled away to the opposite field. Left side out of play, and the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. Outfield shifted slightly toward the right as well. Center fielder Nolan Snyder is playing to the right of second base. So both fields are shifted. 1-1 the count with 1 out to Thomas. Offering from Eubanks. Breaking ball falls over the plate. There's a strike, 1-2. Ryan Nernshield on deck, who's 1 for 2. 1-2 from Eubanks, who comes set, fires the pitch. Fastball swinging a pop up to the opposite field. Third base side, though, right under it in time is McDonald. Puts his glove up and hauls it in. The big 6'5" third baseman makes the catch for the second out. And Eubanks induces back-to-back pop-outs to begin the home 6th. And it's left to Ryan Nernshield with 2 out. Base is empty for him. Has 1 base hit today. He's 1 for 2, singled back in the 4th. 1 of 3 Kenosha base hits in the ball game. Righty on righty battle here with 2 out and the first pitch. Breaking ball, swing and a miss for strike 1. The 3 hits in the game for Kenosha by Owens, Nernshield, and Drew Dyer. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball, this one drops over the plate, and it's taken for strike 2, and Eubanks ahead on Nernshield, 0-2. Nernshield, the junior from St. Louis, out of EIU, Eastern Illinois. 0-2 the count to him, and Eubanks' pitch. Fastball swinging a ground ball, first base side, picked up by the first baseman, who throws onto Eubanks, covering the bag. A nice play by Jostin and Eubanks, and that's a 3-1 putout to retire the home 6th. Kenosha down 1-2-3. Onto the top of the 7th we go. And Gabe Bierman looks to complete a complete game shutout against the Rockford Rivets. It's 2-0 Kenosha after 6.
These 2 teams will be starting at second base. presented by Lee Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and
Back for the top of the 7th inning of this 7-inning game number 1 of 2 of this doubleheader here in Kenosha, Wisconsin at Simmons Field. Kingfish on top of the Rivets 2-0. It's left to Brendan Comilla, Tom Joseph, and Matt Higgins, 2, 3, and 4 in the Rockford lineup to try to crack Gabe Bierman, the Kenosha starter, who has allowed just 1 hit, and that's it. 1 hit and 1 walk against Gabe Bierman, and just 69 pitches thrown, and 48 of them strikes. A nice outing for him, but can he complete it? He's got 3 outs to go in this shortened game number 1. Brendan Comilla 1 for 2 as the only Rockford base hit. A single back in the 4th, who was picked off coming off of first base. The Illini product, who's hit in all 5 games he's played with Rockford.
Brendan Comilla.
Comilla the one to open the 7th, right-handed batter facing the righty Gabe Bierman, who brushes off some dirt on the mound from the first base side, and he winds and quickly deals the pitch. Fastball bounces into the catcher Dyer. It's ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Bierman has been solid all 6 innings. Has only faced the minimum not 1 time. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball low and in for ball 2. Faced 4 men back in the 6th inning. Faced the minimum his first 5. So 19 batters faced through 6 innings when the minimum is 18. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Comilla. Fastball's fouled away left side. It bounces into the Kenosha dugout on 2 hops. And the count is 2-1. That was ball 3 that they swung at. Comilla fouls it off, and the count 2-1. Leadoff man here in the 7th, 2-0 Kingfish. 2-1 pitch to Comilla. That's outside for ball 3. 3-1. Tom Joseph, the on-deck man. It would be the tying run if Comilla can reach base. Bierman has walked 1. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Fastball swinging a foul ball right side, and the count runs full. Ball's out of play. Gabe Bierman battles back. Bierman, the freshman from Indiana University, Indiana native, looking for his first win in 2 starts this campaign. Here's a 3-2 pitch to Comilla on the way. Swinging a ground ball to third base. It's fair ball down the line for a base hit. Turning for first and heading on to second base is Comilla. The ball's caught in the bullpen, and Comilla is in standing at second base. Well, that ball just got behind the third base bag. Third baseman Thomas gave it a look. He may have thought that ball would roll foul, but regardless, it snuck just inside the third base line by a hair, and a roll to the dugout, rather to the bullpen, the left field side for Kenosha. And upstanding at second base is Brendan Comilla, 2nd Rockford hit of the game, both off the bat of the Rivet shortstop. So he's at second base to open up the 7th inning. There is action in the bullpen on the left field side now for Kenosha. Just got going in this inning. And the Kingfish coaching staff out to the mound to talk with Bierman, who's at 75 pitches now. Ball not taken from him, so Bierman given his shot with the leadoff man Comilla off second base, and a Rockford team that has already come back once against Kenosha this season. Last time these 2 teams played was 7 days ago in Rockford. Kingfish scored the first 5 runs. Rockford came back to win 8-6 in that ball game. They trailed 2-0 here, the Rivets, with Comilla leading things off with a double in the 7th. Tom Joseph and Matt Higgins, 3 and 4 hitters to follow. Joseph is 0 for 2 with a groundout and a strikeout. Conversation finally over. So if the Kenosha coaching staff has to come back out, it'll be the end of the line for Gabe Bierman, who the Kingfish want to go a full 7 and secure game number 1 and their first win of 2019 over the Rockford Rivets. So here's Joseph, the left-handed batter. Comilla leads off second base. Already caught stealing once today is Comilla, so he's 0 for 3 on the season. He was picked off his last time on the base pass. Not being held on here. First pitch. Joseph swings through a fastball, strike 1. Swung over 1. And a 1-strike count on him. Joseph, the future UCF Knight. .229 batting average with 11 runs batted in and 1 home run. Up as the tying run. No balls and 1 strike. Bierman set, looks back at second. Here's the pitch. Fastball swinging a ground ball to second base, handled by Pearson, the shortstop, throws on to first and retires Jostin. On to third base on the play, Brendan Comia. As Jostin is retired 6-3. There's 1 man away for Matt Higgins.
Designated hitter, number 4,
Well, Higgins in his most recent game played 2 days ago against Battle Creek launched a home run over the right center field wall. The hits leader for Rockford, who is 0 for 2 today, a .308 hitter with 9 RBIs to go with that home run. On base rate of 400. Number 4 in gray out of Bellarmine, Division II product. A school that will join the Division I ranks next season. Here's the first pitch to him. Fastball grounded sharply to first and foul wide of the first base line. Count 0-1 and Comia was taken off on the crack of the bat. 1 man away in the top half of the 7th. Lax licks for Rockford in game number 1. They trail 2-0. 3 hits to do for Kenosha. Comia leads off third after leading things off with a double. Here's the 0-1 to Higgins, the pitch. Breaking ball missed off the outer edge. 1 ball, 1 strike. Of course, Comia's run not terribly important. The man at the plate, Higgins, much more important than Comia as Rockford trails by 2. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Here's the offering to Higgins. Swinging a pop-up. Foul ground, third base side. Thomas gives it a look. He leans and makes the catch about maybe 1 foot from the railing, separating the field of play from the bleachers in left field. Higgins is retired and Comia forced to stay at third base. Nearly ran out of room, but Thomas made the play. The second time a foul ball has been hit there. Thomas missed the first play to that side. He makes this one. And Cam McDonald is the batter with Rockford down to their final out of game number 1. They trail 2-0. Comia 90 feet away is the first run. Gabe Bierman 1 out away from a complete game shutout, at least a 7-inning shutout. Here's the first pitch. McDonald foul tips a breaking ball back to the screen, 0-1. Cam is 0 for 2 with a pair of groundouts to the left side. A grounder toward third and a grounder toward short. He's hit in all 5 games he's played except for this one. Looking to extend his hitting streak to begin 2019 in Rockford. Jake Vanderwall would be next. Count is 0-1 with 2 out. The big man at 6'5", Cam McDonald. Bierman comes set, fires the 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball, swing and a miss. McDonald swings over it. The count's 0-2. And the Rivets down to their final strike. McDonald takes a step out of the box and steps in. Righty on righty. 0-2 to Bierman. Pitch number 83 for him. Can he go a complete 7? Here's the pitch. Fastball bounces to Dyer, who blocks it. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the runner at third, Comia, does not advance. 0-2, rather 1-2 on McDonald. Bierman stares in. The righty from the first base side from the stretch now has his sign. Sets letter high. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. McDonald down on strikes. And Gabe Bierman goes a complete 7 to shut out the Rockford Rivets in game number 1. A 2-0 final score. Kenosha defeats Rockford as the starter Gabe Bierman in 84 pitches mows down Rockford, throws 7 innings of shutout baseball, allows just 2 hits and 1 walk. Strikes out 7, walks 1 in the contest. Quite the pitching performance by Gabe Bierman, and Kenosha wins their 9th game of the season. They're up to 9-15. Rockford falls to 11-11. And Kenosha picks up the home victory in game 1 of 2. Second game of a doubleheader coming up in about half an hour's time, as this first game lasts 1 hour and 52 minutes here in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Final score 2-0 in game number 1. Kenosha leads Rockford. Stay tuned for game number 2 coming up in half an hour. Back at Simmons Field in Kenosha, Wisconsin, game number 2 of 2 between the Rockford Rivets and the Kenosha Kingfish. Kenosha taking game number 1 by a score of 2-0. Gabe Bierman, the Kenosha starter, a 7-inning complete game shutout, allowed just 2 Rockford hits and 1 walk, 3 total base runners in a dominant performance. The 5th time Rockford has been shut out this season. They've had a penchant for complete game shutouts. They've given out one. That one came by Brad Littleton here in Kenosha, a 1-hitter 9 days ago as part of a day-night doubleheader in a 5-0 Rockford win. And Rockford has been on the victim side of a complete game shutout twice, one time in Kalamazoo and just moments ago here in Kenosha. So game number 2 between Rockford and Kenosha. Here's the Rivets lineup. Brendan Comia leads things off and plays shortstop. Tom Joseph, the second baseman, bats second. Matt Higgins, the DH, bats third. Jake Vanderwall plays right field and is back in his familiar cleanup position. Ken McDonald once again in the 5-hole. He plays first base. Nick Juer, tonight's catcher in game 2. He bats 6th. Nick Figgis in left field batting 7th. Aaron Mann in the 8-hole playing 3rd. And Blake Burrows rounds things out in center field. Rivets looking to get the bats going for the first time today after mustering up only 2 hits in the first game. Rivets at 11-11 on the season. Now a full game back of the Great Lakes East lead, where Kokomo resides at 13-11. Kingfish up to 9-15. They stand now 4 games back, with game number 2 coming up in just a couple of seconds here in Kenosha. Starting pitcher for the Kingfish is a right-handed player, Ben Stevens, number 35 in cream. Pitcher from Eastern Illinois University at 6'0", a senior. The righty against the righty, Brendan Comia to lead things off for the Rockford Rivets in game number 2 at 7:34 p.m. local time, 62 degrees and partly cloudy skies overhead. Slightly breezy here in southeastern Wisconsin. And the first pitch coming on the way to Brendan Comia is a fastball that skips out of the glove of the Kenosha catcher Brian Vance for ball 1 on Brendan Comia. Comia, the Illinois product, batting .300 on the season. 1 ball and no strikes, the pitch to him. Fastball over the plate, called a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike to him. Comia 2 for 3 in game number 1. Batting average now up to .348, was .300 coming in. Here's the pitch. 1-1 swing and a miss, swung over a fastball. The count is 1-2. From Stevens. Comia had both Rockford hits in the first game. Also struck out once. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Stevens comes set from the stretch, the pitch. Fastball swing and a miss. An outside fastball fans Brendan Comia. There's 1 man quickly away. Ben Stevens, the right-hander, does not have a windup, goes from the stretch. It is a very quick release. Plenty of velocity on his fastballs as well. And he fans Comia on 4 pitches. Now the batter will be Tom Jostin. Jostin playing his second game of this doubleheader. Left-handed batter at second base. Was 0 for 3 with a strikeout in game 1. Batting average now at .219. 11 RBIs on the year. First pitch bounces inside just ahead of the plate for ball 1 to Jostin. Jostin played first base in game 1, moved to second base, a more familiar spot for him here in game number 2. Game 1's lineup, the same lineup as the game yesterday. A bit different here in game 2. 1-0 pitch is a high fastball taken by Jostin for ball 2, 2-0. Ben Stevens on the mound, an 0-2 record, ERA of 4.11, a whip of 1.89. 5th start of the year. 2-0 pitch. Here's a pitch on the inside corner for a strike. 2-1. Last pitch 5 days ago. Did not start, rather. His only relief appearance. 1 2/3 innings against Kokomo. This is 4th start and his 5th overall appearance. 2 balls and a strike to Jostin. Stevens' pitch is a breaking ball that loops just off the plate on the outside corner for ball 3. The count goes to 3-1. Stevens has allowed an earned run in all 4 appearances, starting and relief. 16 walks and 15 strikeouts in 15 1/3 innings. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Swing and a pop up. Third base side and foul ground. Roberto Pena gives it a look, leaning in the dugout, and he makes the catch. His body right up against the railing. Roberto Pena, the third base seats, rather. That's not the dugout, the third base seats here at Simmons Field. And Jostin pops out to the third base side. There's 2 away. Kenosha defensively, Roberto Pena is at third, just made that catch. Jake Cosgrove is at short. Mitchell Boobin at second base. Ryan Nernstield over at first. Charles Middleton in left. Brendan Huth at center field. And Mike Jarvis is in right. Brian Vance doing the catching for Ben Stevens with Nate Thomas as the DH for today's game. So 2 men quickly away, and the batter will be Matt Higgins, left-handed batter against the righty Stevens. Here's the first pitch. Inside at the feet of Higgins for ball 1. Higgins batting .296 on the year, was 0 for 3 in game number 1. Everyone was 0 for something against Kenosha. Here's a 1-0 pitch taken for a strike on the inside for strike 1. Everyone was 0 for something against Gabe Bierman in game 1, except for Comia, who was 2 for 3 at both Rockford hits. 1-1 the count. Here's the pitch to Jostin, other to Higgins, and it's away for ball 2. Higgins, the Bellarmine product, DHing for the second straight game. In the 3-hole this time after cleaning up in game 1. 2-1 the count with 2 out. Here's the offering to Higgins. That's well outside and high for ball 3. Jake Vanderwall, the right fielder, is on deck, back in his familiar cleanup spot. Leads the team in batting average, at least coming into today. No longer does. That's the spot held by Comia now, 348. 3-1 pitch. Higgins watches strike 2 just on the inside black, and the count runs full. Base is empty with 2 out. No score, top half of the first. Stevens stands in, has his sign. From the stretch, the 3-2 pitch to Higgins. Fastball on the inside corner, strike 3 call, and Higgins is run up. 1, 2, 3, go the Rivets. No runs, no hits, nobody left. 2 strikeouts for Ben Stevens in the top of the first. There's no score in Kenosha going to the bottom half of the first.
Tonight's Short West Realtors Family in the Game, brought to you by Short West Realtors. Lucky family receive wristbands include all they can eat ballpark food and drinks.
We go to the bottom half of the first. There is no score. Rockford set down 1, 2, 3 in the first. What else is new against the Kenosha pitching staff of Stevens? Here's the Kingfish home lineup. Brendan Huth leads things off and plays center field. Mitchell Boobin at second base, bats second. Mike Jarvis in right field, bats third. Nate Thomas, the cleanup man, the DH, is fourth. Ryan Nernstield at first base is in the 5-hole. Charles Middleton, the left fielder, batting sixth. He's followed by Roberto Pena playing third base and batting seventh. Jake Cosgrove, the shortstop, playing his first game, bats eighth. And Brian Vance behind the plate for the Kingfish is the ninth man up. And they all are set to face the big, hulking, towering right-hander Casey Ford, the Arkansas native at 6'6", 295 pounds, has been Rockford's, or one of the Rockford's best starters this season. The big man from Kansas State, a record of 0-1 with an ERA of 2.35 on the season. His first appearance against the Kenosha Kingfish this season, coming off 6 shutout innings against Battle Creek 6 days ago at C.O. Brown Stadium. So Brendan Huth, the center fielder, leads off against Casey Ford, left-handed batter. One of 2 lefties in the lineup against the righty Ford. Ford is set from the windup. Huth is set, and here's the first pitch from Casey. Fastball hit right back to him, hits off his glove, rolls to the third baseman, Mann, who scoops it up from the grass, throws to first, and gets the out in time by half a step. That's a 1-5 to 3 put out. Huth sent one hard off the glove of Casey Ford on a hop. It careened right to the infield grass in front of third base, where Mann charged in and threw onto the first baseman, McDonald, to retire the leadoff man Hewitt for out number 1. Nifty play by the Rockford infield to open today's ball game defensively. Game number 2 of 2 on this doubleheader, both games 7 innings. Kenosha winning game 1 2-0. Here's Mitchell Boobin, the second baseman. First pitch to the right-handed batter is off the plate for ball 1 from Casey Ford. Mitchell Boobin, a .234 hitter with 2 RBIs out of UW Milwaukee. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Inside for ball 2, leaning out of the way to avoid being hit is Mitchell Boobin, the second baseman. And the count is 2-0. 20th game played for Boobin. Had a 4-game hitting streak snap yesterday in Kalamazoo. 2-0 pitch, swinging a pop-up on the first base side, tailing toward the Rockford dugout. It goes out of play, 2 rows up. And the count is 2 balls and 1 strike. Ford making his 4th start of the season. Those 4 starts against 4 different teams. First against Kokomo, then at home against Kalamazoo, then at Battle Creek last Friday, and here at Kenosha. 2 of the 3 starts, he has allowed no earned runs. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Boobin, who swings and fouls it off. A line drive over the right field stands onto the concourse, and the count runs to 2-2 with 1 out. On deck man Mike Jarvis for Kenosha. No score with 1 man out, bases empty, bottom half of the first here at Simmons Field. Ford winds and deals the 2-2 pitch. Boobin swings and lines one down the right field line. Vanderwall coming over this ball, bounces foul. About maybe 3 feet wide of the foul line to the right. It ends up in the tarp on the right field side. Vanderwall opts to not crawl into the tarp and get that baseball. Motions to an umpire that the ball is there, so he won't be getting it. And the count is still 2-2 on Boobin with 1 away. Right-hander on right-hander. Casey Ford stares in. The towering right-hander as his sign. Here's the 2-2 to Boobin, the pitch. Breaking ball grounded right back to Casey Ford. A slow roller, picks it up wide of the mound and flips on to first. Sidearm throw for the second out. So a pair of comebackers begin this ball game for Ford defensively. And there's 2 quick outs. And here's Mike Jarvis. That was a broken bat as well on the play by Mitchell Boobin. Hence the slow roller of a ground ball. So now Jarvis comes up, playing both ends of this doubleheader. Jarvis 0 for 2 with a run scored in game number 1. Batting .290 out of San Diego State, wearing number 23 in cream. Kenosha with their home cream uniforms with red trim. First pitch, swinging a line drive to center field. Right there, though, Blake Burrows to cut it off and make the play in shallow ground. Only had to take a few steps toward his right side. And Rockford sets down Kenosha 1-2-3 in the top of the first. No score after 1. One inning in the books at Kenosha, Wisconsin, Simmons Field. Home of the Kenosha Kingfish. There is no score. Both teams set down 1-2-3 in this pitcher's duel through one inning. It was certainly that way in game number one. Scoreless game for quite some time. Kenosha finally cracked Rockford to the bottom half of the fourth for their only 2 runs of the ball game, and a 2-0 result in game number one. Elsewhere, Battle Creek leads Traverse City 4-3. The Bombers over the Pit Spitters at C.O. Brown Stadium in southwestern Michigan. That game in the bottom half of the sixth. That's the only other game going on right now in the Great Lakes East. One of 2 doubleheaders going on today. Wisconsin Rapids hosting Green Bay. Rafters won the first game 7-0. Game 2 is underway, and Green Bay leads 1-0 in the top half of the second, that in the Great Lakes West. Jake Vanderwall leads things off against Ben Stevens in the top half of the second, the Long Beach State product. The right fielder for Rockford batting from the left-handed side against the righty, Ben Stevens. Here's the first offering from Stevens. It's a breaking ball over the plate for a strike, and Vanderwall takes 0-1. Jake Vanderwall 0 for 2 with a strikeout in the first game, batting average down to .333. Now second on the team to Brendan Comia at .348. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Vanderwall. Fastball ripped down the first base line, but right there is Nernschuld behind the bag. He rushes over to first base. It beats Vanderwall, as Ben Stevens was there to cover, but Nernschuld said, "I've got it." He gets the 3 unassisted putout to retire Vanderwall, who has yet to reach base today. Here's Cam McDonald. 1 man out in the top half of the second inning. No score in Kenosha between the Rivets and Kingfish. 4 up and 4 down against Ben Stevens. Here's the first baseman, Cam McDonald, playing on both corners of the infield for the Rivets today. Here's the first pitch. Fastball was low and away in the dirt for ball 1. McDonald had his first hitless game of the year, was 0 for 3 in game 1. After hitting in his first 5 games for Rockford, the player of the week in Rockford this past week. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball missed above the letters for ball 2. 2-0 on Cam McDonald, the Illini product from Ladd, Illinois, about an hour and a half south of Rockford, in the central part of the state. 2 balls and no strikes. Righty on righty. Stevens from the stretch from the first base side fires the pitch, and he grounds a fastball outside, ball 3. 3-0. Nick Jouer, the catcher, is on deck catching for game 2, the switch hitter. McDonald, the right-hander, at 6'5", 185, a lengthy righty. Here's a 3-0 pitch to him. Fastball right over the inside edge for a strike on 3-0. Count moves to 3-1. McDonald steps back into the box. 3-1, bases empty. Nobody out, top of the second. Pitch. Fastball fouled away off to the left. Bounces off the dugout for Kenosha on the third base side. And on the hands of McDonald, who swung at ball 4 up and in. And the count is 3-2. Kenosha's dugout on the third base side, Rockford the first base side. Dugouts on the field on each end as well. 3 balls and 2 strikes with 1 out. Stevens stares in. From the stretch, he has his sign. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Fastball swinging a ground ball between first and second, picked off by Boobin, the second baseman, who throws on to first for the out. McDonald retired. Nice play by Mitchell Boobin at second base. And that brings up Nick Jouer with 2 men down. McDonald loses a 3-0 count, swung at ball 4, and eventually is retired on the ground. Here's Nick Jouer with 2 men out in the top of the second, scoreless ball game, and the base is empty here in Kenosha. Switch hitting catcher batting from the left-handed side against the righty Ben Stevens. Did not play with TCU his first season, native of Lakeville, Minnesota, at 5'8". First pitch. Breaking ball is swung on and fouled away past the screen directly behind us for strike 1. Sunset begins to come in here in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Shade covering about 2/3 of the field. Sun covering most of the outfield. Sunset in 31 minutes at 8:32. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Jouer takes an off-speed pitch off the plate for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nick Figgis, the on-deck man. Figgis, Aaron Mann, and Blake Burrows follow Nick Jouer. 6, 7, 8, and 9 in the order. Jouer included at number 6, all new for game number 2. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Jouer. Rips one into right field, a shallow fly ball, and down for a base hit in front of Mike Jarvis in right field. And Jouer stops at first with a 2-out single. Jouer just dumps a line drive into right field. It fell pretty quickly. And Jouer on board. And that brings up Nick Figgis. First hit of the game for either team. Rockford, who only mustered 2 hits in game number 1, comes up with one here to keep the second inning alive in game number 2. Nick Figgis will dig in now, right-handed batter. Wearing number 12 in gray, Rockford in their road grays with gold lettering and numerals. Rockford across the front. Kenosha in their home creams with red trim. Here's the first pitch on the way, and Figgis fouls it off to the right, 0-1. Figgis wearing number 12, the junior from Illinois Wesleyan, native of Frankfort, Illinois. 196 batter with 9 RBI on the season. Has hit in his last 3 games for Rockford. No balls and 1 strike to Figgis. The stretch of the pitch from Stevens. Swinging a line drive to right field, down for a base hit again in front of Jarvis. Jouer cuts it off at second base, is back quickly as the tag is put on by the shortstop Jake Cosgrove. That Jouer back well in time. And back-to-back base hits with 2 men away, Jouer and Figgis with singles into shallow right. And that brings up Aaron Mann with 2 on and 2 out. The big right-hander at 6'4" from Drury, Aaron Mann, the Rockford strikeouts leader with first and second and 2 men out. The 8th man up in the Rockford order. Wearing number 27 in dark gray and gold. 2 hits here with the second inning, matches Rockford's total from game 1. Stevens with the first pitch to Mann. Breaking ball on the outside edge for a strike. Mann batting .213 with 8 RBI. His 20 strikeouts in 15 games leads Rockford. Stevens stares in, has the sign, sets belt high. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Mann. Fastball missed away for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. On deck man would be Blake Burrows. Jouer at second, the lead runner. Figgis at first. There's 2 men out. 1 ball and 1 strike to Aaron Mann. Righty on righty battle. Stevens comes set. And the pitch. Breaking ball is tapped off of Mann's body and rolls into foul ground on the third base side. Slightly up the line. The count is 1-2 to Mann. Mann with just 3 walks against his 20 strikeouts this season, averages well over a strikeout per game.
That's right, Chewy.
The count is 1-2 with 2 out. 2 on for Rockford, first and second, a scoreless ball game, top half of the second in Kenosha. Rockford looking for their first run of this doubleheader. 1-2 the count to Mann. Stevens set again. Just above the belt, the pitch. Fastball swinging a pop-up left field, shallow left. And Middleton, the left fielder, makes the catch. Didn't have to move a whole lot, and he makes the play to retire the side. No runs on 2 hits, 2 stranded for Rockford. There was no score. Bottom of the second coming up in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Bottom of the second in Kenosha, Wisconsin at historic Simmons Field. About a half a mile from Lake Michigan to the east. That's where the Rivets and Kingfish are scoreless after 1.5 innings. Casey Ford back to the mound after setting down the Kenosha first in order, 1, 2, and 3. A couple of groundouts on comebackers and a line out to end it to center field. Nate Thomas, Ryan Nernshield, and Charles Middleton, 4, 5, and 6 in the Kingfish lineup lead things off against Ford. Thomas the DH, the usual cleanup hitter for Kenosha. He owns a .313 batting average, highest on the team. The only one batting over 300 on the Kenosha roster. Thomas 0 for 3 though in game number 1 with a strikeout to boot. First pitch from Ford. Right-hander gives the lefty Thomas ball 1, low and in. 1 ball, no strikes. Thomas, one of 2 lefties against the righty Casey Ford. 7 right-handers in the Kingfish lineup in game 2. 1-0 pitch, scoring to bunt, taking a strike after laying off is Thomas. The count moves to 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ford winds and fires the pitch. Fastball, swing and a miss on a fastball away. Thomas just went chasing, the count 1-2. Freshman from St. Joseph's in Philadelphia, native of Delaware. 6'5", 231. That's left, throws right. So it's 6'5", 231 against 6'6", 295 on the mound. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Thomas. Swinging a ground ball to second base. Deep in the hole, Tom Jostin. He throws on to first and does not get him. A tie goes to the runner. Nate Thomas beats it out. There was a heavy shift on. Second baseman Jostin was playing well into the outfield grass in shallow right. So by the time Jostin got to the wall, he could not throw Thomas out, who was hustling down that first base line. Infield hit for Thomas, the DH. And that brings up Ryan Nernshield. No argument from Rockford's coaching staff. A tie goes to Thomas. Now here's Nernshield. Second highest batting average in the lineup for the Kenosha Kingfish at .292. Here's the first pitch to him. Nernshield fouls one off the hands to the right side of the screen. Count is 0-1. Nernshield was 1 for 3, had the DH responsibilities in game 1 with Thomas at third base. 1 for 3 with a strikeout. No balls and 1 strike the count. Ford from the stretch for the first time, fires the pitch. Breaking ball is popped up into shallow right field. Vanderwall ranging over near the foul line. He's got room to make the catch. No advancement from Thomas. As Nernshield pops out to the foul line. And Vanderwall puts him away for out number 1. No score, bottom half of the second. Rockford and Kenosha. Thomas off of first base, just beat off an infield single to second base. Batter now Charles Middleton, the left fielder for Kenosha. Middleton wearing number 20 in cream. .213 batter from Sierra College in California. 0 for 13 over his last 4 home games. Righty on righty battle. Here's the pitch to Middleton. Fastball at the knees for a strike from Ford, 0-1. Ford does throw plenty of gas. Control usually not a problem for him. Not a big walk guy. But was that case his last start, though? Here's Casey's 0-1 pitch to Middleton. Swinging a ground ball to second base. Through for a base hit to right field. Thomas stops at second. Middleton sends one through the right side for a base hit. And there's 2 men aboard in the Kenosha second. So Rockford and Kenosha both with 2 singles in their respective second innings. Rockford stranded there 2. And now Roberto Pena will be the batter, the third baseman, with first and second and 1 man out. Pena, the third baseman for Kenosha, the Venezuelan native, was 0 for 1 with an RBI and a walk in game number 1 of this doubleheader, playing his first home game in game 1. This is second. 133 hitter. Here's the first pitch to him. Breaking ball falls over the outside edge for a strike from Ford, 0-1. Well, the walks for Ford were an issue in his last start in Battle Creek 6 days ago. 4 strikeouts and 4 walks. But against Kalamazoo a week earlier, 6 strikeouts and 1 walk. That was his only loss of the season. 0-1 the count. The pitch to Pena from Ford. Another breaking ball that falls over the outside edge, and Ford gets ahead on Pena, 0-2. Pena 2 for 15 with 4 RBI to begin his season. Hasn't played a whole lot. He just joined the team this week. out of the University of Florida. Native of Venezuela, went to high school in South Florida and Fort Lauderdale. 0-2 the count with one away. First and second for Kenosha in a scoreless game. Bottom half of the second. The pitch from Ford. Fastball swing and a miss. Goes chasing after a fastball high and outside. And Pena strikes out. So 2 breaking balls, then a fastball. And Ford gets him down on 3 pitches. First strikeout for Casey today. His season high for strikeouts is 6. Struck out 4 his last start in 6 innings. Now the batter, Jake Cosgrove, the shortstop. Cosgrove wearing number 36, playing his first game, joined the team today. Sophomore from UC Irvine out in California. Up with first and second and 2 men out, a big spot for him. Righty on righty, first pitch from Ford is a fastball that finds the outer half for a strike, just below the letters, and it's 0-1. On Cosgrove. Cosgrove at 5'8", 170, Brentwood, California native. 0-1 from Casey Ford. Holds the ball behind his back. Now has the sign and sets just above the belt. The towering right-hander at 6'6" against the 5'8" Cosgrove. Here's the 0-1. Fastball is foul tipped to the low part of the screen. Count is 0-2. The on-deck man would be Brian Vance. Middleton over at first, and Nate Thomas the lead man at second base with 2 men out. 2 hits aside in this early ball game. Bottom half of the second, scoreless on the board between Rockford and Kenosha. Ford steps back on the rubber. Count is 0-2 with 2 out to Jake Cosgrove. Right-hander on right-hander. Neither base runner being held off. Infield playing slightly deep. Ford looks back at second. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back 3-pitch strikeouts by Casey Ford. Escapes a 2-on, 1-out jam in the second. No runs on 2 hits and 2 men stranded by Ford. There was no score after 2 in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Two innings in the books here in Kenosha, Wisconsin at Simmons Field. Rockford no score and the Kingfish no score. Rivets at 11-11 after losing game 1. 3-6 in road games this season. Kingfish at 9-15, now up to 4-8 at Simmons Field. They have alternated wins and losses over their last 7 games since last Friday. They split a series in Kokomo, split one in Battle Creek, split one in Kalamazoo, and now have won game 1 over Rockford. Scoreless game here entering the 3rd. And Blake Burrows leads things off against Ben Stevens, left-handed batter against the righty Stevens. Burrows standing at 5'7", out of Kansas State, native of Weatherford, Texas. Stevens leans in, here's the first pitch. Squaring to bunt Blake Burrows, as he always does, but he lays off an inside fastball, and the count is 1-0 on Burrows. Wearing number 1 in dark gray and golds. Center fielder for Rockford, batting .267 with 1 RBI. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Rather 1-1 pitch taken inside for ball 2 at the belt, 2-0. Burrows at .389 on base percentage, gets on base quite a lot.
The Dark Mall.
9 walks on the season and has stolen 10 bases to lead Rockford. 2-0 pitch to him. Fastball right over the middle, strike 1.
You didn't like that one?
2 balls and 1 strike to Burrows. He's hit in 3 of his last 4 games, has Burrows. 171 batter with Kansas State in 32 games this past season. Teammate of Casey Ford. Here's the 2-1 pitch to him. Fastball swinging a foul ball, left side into the parking lot. And the count is 2-2. No cars were hit by that foul ball, landed in between the 2 rows. Burrows followed by Brendan Comia and Tom Jostin. 2-2 the count. Stevens leans in, comes set at the letters. Here's the 2-2 to Burrows, the pitch. That hit Burrows in the right foot. He's awarded first base. The ball that was inside, and Burrows was nicked by it. And now they're saying it was a drop third strike. So Burrows was not hit by the ball. It went in between his legs. He swung and missed, but he runs onto first base before the throw could get to first base. So Burrows reaches on a strikeout, not a hit by pitch. And Burrows is awarded first base after he got there safely ahead of a throw by Brian Vance, the catcher. Strikeout number 3 for Ben Stevens, but Burrows reaches on board. And nobody out. Here's Brendan Comia. Back to the top of the batting order. Comia 0 for 1 with a strikeout to lead off the ball game. And now Duffy Dyer out to argue the call with the home plate umpire. Dyer was tossed in the second inning of game number 1 for arguing a stolen base call. Not getting in the face of the home plate umpire, just talking things over about halfway between the dugout and home plate. He is not given the boot this time. He walks back to his position outside the dugout in a folding chair. So here's Brendan Comia, shortstop for Rockford. 0 for 1 in game number 2 so far. 2 for 3 in the first game. Here's the pitch. Fastball grounded hotly to third, picked up by the third baseman to second for 1. The turn to first, and they get 2. 5-4 to 3. Pena to Boobin to Nernshield. Erase Blake Burrows, and Comia grounds into a double play. 2 men away here in the third. First double play pulled by either team in this doubleheader. The bases are empty with 2 men out, and the batter is Tom Jostin. Jostin, the second baseman for Rockford, the future UCF Knight, popped out to third base. His first time up, still without a hit in today's ball game. He's 0 for 4. First pitch. Swinging a ball slashing foul into the parking lot again, left field side. No balls and a strike. Jostin, a left-handed batter, in the second hole after batting third in game 1. No balls and 1 strike with 2 out. Bases empty for Jostin. Scoreless ball game in the third. Pitch. Missed outside and low. And the pitcher, Ben Stevens, for ball 1. That's 40 pitches for Stevens. 25 strikes and 15 balls for him. Casey Ford much more efficient on the mound through 2 innings at work. But Stevens, just 2 hits allowed, as has Ford, and scoreless. 1-1 the count to Jostin with 2 out the pitch. Fastball well away for ball 2. Vance reaching over his shoulder to make that catch. And they count 2 balls and 1 strike on Tom Jostin. 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. A ball upstairs, and Jostin goes after it for strike 2, and the count is 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Deuces across the board. Nobody on base in the top half of the third. Rockford no score, and Kenosha no score. Game 2 of a doubleheader. Game 1 victorious were the Kingfish. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Off-speed changeup misses just off the plate to the outside. Count is 3-2. Matt Higgins, the on-deck man, the designated hitter. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 out to Jostin. Set by Stevens. The stretch on the pitch. Fastball is on the inside corner. Strike 3 call. Blew a fastball by Tom Jostin. And Rockford down in short order in the third. That's 4 strikeouts for Ben Stevens on the game. After 2.5 innings, there is no score between Rockford and Kenosha.
Find the droid.
We're in the bottom of the third. Rockford and Kenosha, no score in Kenosha, Wisconsin. The Kingfish to bat against Casey Ford, who has allowed 2 hits in 2 innings of work. He has struck out 2. Brian Vance, Brendan Huth, and Mitchell Boobin, 9-1 and 2 in the bottom half of the third. For Kenosha, Casey Ford, 22 pitches, 19 of them strikes, just 3 balls through 2 innings. Worked around 2 singles in the bottom half of the second, struck out the last 2 men. Right-hander on the righty, Brian Vance, 9th man up in the order, the catcher, for game number 2. After Drew Dyer caught game number 1. Vance, a 152 batter from St. Joseph's, has 3 RBIs on the year. First pitch from Casey Ford. Fastball is plated for ball 1. Outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Brian Vance batting 152, but an on-base rate of 370. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Swinging a foul back to the screen. 1 ball, 1 strike. Part of that is because he has been hit by a pitch 4 times and has walked 7 times this season. So his on-base percentage more than 200 points higher than his batting average and more than double. 2.5 times just about. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Ford. Breaking ball, it misses high and inside, and the count is 2 balls and 1 strike. With nobody out, bases empty in the bottom half of the third, there is no score. Ford wipes off some sweat. Here's the 2-1. The wind of the pitch. Fastball misses up and in once more, and the count 3-1. Ford yet to walk anybody. He struck out 2. Brian Vance certainly prone to getting on base by way of means not in the hitting category. 3-1 pitch. Fastball misses just off the inside part of the plate, and Brian Vance draws a walk. His 8th walk in 14 games this season, and a leadoff base runner opens things up in the home third. Second straight leadoff man to reach for Kenosha, and that brings up Brandon Huth. Huth, a center fielder, grounded into a 1-5-3 putout to open the ball game. It hit off Casey Ford's glove and careened right to Aaron Mann at third base, who threw on to first, where Cam McDonald resides, to retire him. So he's 0 for 1. Up with the man on first, the first pitch. Squares to bunt, lays off, pitches in there for a strike. A fastball on the outer half. 0-1. Hewitt had 2 walks in game number 1. He was 0 for 1 with a strikeout and 2 walks. Still yet to record a hit in 2019. This is his 2nd game. Joined the team today, wearing number 17. Left-handed batter against the righty Ford. And Casey deals the 1-0 pitch. Swings and lines one right to shortstop. A hop step, but a catch made, and the throw back to first to double up. The catch was made by the shortstop Comia, and inexplicably Brian Vance was halfway down the line to second base when that ball was caught, and Comia had to just toss one over to first base to double him up. Vance thought that ball would go over Comia's head. He made a half jump to make the catch, but it was easily playable. It just died right there over shortstop. And so that's a 6-3 double play. Huth retired and Vance erased, and the bases are empty with 2 men out for Boobin, who takes a first pitch. Low and outside for ball 1. Not sure why Brian Vance was running on that play. 1 ball and no strikes. The pitch. Fastball grounded to shortstop. Comia charges in, makes the play, throws on to first. Nice exchange and nice throw, and he gets Boobin by 2 steps. So Rockford puts down Kenosha in short order. No runs, no hits, just 1 walk, and nobody left in the home third inning. No score after 3 in Kenosha between Rockford and the Kingfish. In the top of the 4th inning, Rockford and Kenosha no score in Kenosha, Wisconsin at Simmons Field. Both teams with 2 hits and no errors aside, and no score where it counts. Casey Ford dealing through 3 innings, as has Ben Stevens for the Kingfish. 44 pitches through 3. He struck out 4 Rockford hitters. He'll face the middle of the lineup in Matt Higgins, Jake Vanderwall, and Cam McDonald. Higgins in the 3-hole, who was 0 for 1 with a strikeout looking back in the 1st. The lefty DH from Berberian University, Division II product, but the Knights moving to Division I, joining the Atlantic Sun Conference in 2020. Higgins, the lefty, digs in against the righty Ben Stevens. Sweeps off some dirt from the left-handed batter's box. And Stevens steps onto the pitching rubber. He'll deal from the stretch from the first base side. So begins the 4th in a scoreless ball game. 4th inning of 7 in regulation. First pitch is a breaking ball that finds the outside part to Higgins. Count is 0-1. Again, a scoreless game through 3 between Rockford and Kenosha. Kingfish with 2 in the bottom half of the 4th in game 1, the only 2 runs of that first game. 0-1 pitch is a check swing on the outside corner, and there's ball 1. Back-to-back off-speed pitches by Ben Stevens, up to 46 pitches on the game. 1-1 the count. Stevens set. Pitch. Fastball misses well inside for ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. Second of 5 consecutive games these 2 teams are scheduled to play. They'll play in Rockford tomorrow at 6:35 Central. 2-1 the count. Pitch to Higgins on the way. Fastball misses way outside, avoids the glove of Brian Vance, and ends up hitting the backstop. Count 3 balls and a strike. Leadoff man in the 4th, Matt Higgins, the DH for Rockford for the 2nd straight game. The hits leader for the Rockford Rivets, but hitless in today's 2 games. 0 for 4 and 0 for 1 in game 2. 3-1 the count. Here's the offering to Higgins. Fastball hit to second base. That is through for a base hit, wide of the glove of Boobin to the right. And Higgins on board with his first hit of the doubleheader. That one hit just to the left of the second base bag. To the right from our view behind home plate. And Boobin had to range over towards his right and couldn't make a play on it. So Higgins aboard with a single to open up the 4th. First leadoff man to reach for Rockford in the ball game, aside from a Blake Burrows strikeout, in which he reached first on the drop. 3rd hit of the game for Rockford. Now Jake Vanderwall to bat. 1 on and nobody out. Higgins off of first, yet to have a stolen base this season. He'll be held on by Ryan Nernstield, the first baseman for Kenosha. Vanderwall 0 for 1. A 3-U ground out his first time. Here's the first pitch to the lefty. Is a breaking ball that misses in for ball 1. Vanderwall, the right fielder, entered today with the highest batting average on the Rockford side. 5 hits over his previous 2 games before the doubleheader. He was 5 for 9, but hitless in game 1. Here's the 1-0 pitch and a throwback to first base. Higgins gets a lot of looks from opposing pitchers, but has not even attempted a stolen base this season. Vanderwall out of Long Beach State with 9 RBIs on the year. Entered today with an on-base percentage of .481. Also has 2 home runs, tied for the Rockford lead. 1 ball and no strikes to count. Another throwback on Higgins, who's upstanding this time. No tag by Nernstield. Count still 1-0. Higgins off of first base. No score, top of the 4th. The pitcher Stevens stands in, has his sign. Vanderwall set, the 1-0 pitch. Ripped down the right field line. This ball is foul into the bullpen. Hits off the tarp. Just to the right of the foul line, down the first base side. A heavy line drive by Vanderwall that would have gone for at least 2 bases had it been fair. But Vanderwall pushes that one just foul, and the count moves to 1-1. Nobody out here in the 4th. Cam McDonald on deck for Rockford. A hitless game 1, the first hitless game of his Rockford career in the first week. 1 ball and 1 strike to the count. Vanderwall now steps in. And Stevens comes set as well. 1-1. Fastball check swing on the inside and low. The appeal down to third base. He did not go around. And there's ball 2 on Jake Vanderwall. Vanderwall, the Grand Rapids, Michigan native. Leads the team in batting average, walks, and triples entering today's action. Stevens wants a new baseball, so he tosses one to home plate, and Brian Vance gives him a new one. Count is 2 balls and 1 strike. Vanderwall a couple of half swings. Now comes set bat above his left shoulder. Here's the 2-1 pitch from Stevens. Swinging a ground ball to the first base side, and a foul ball to make the count 2-2. There's first base and third base seating right next to the respective dugouts. The dugouts are very shallow down the first and third base lines here at Simmons Field, with the seating where the dugouts would be at, say, Rivet Stadium. Count is 2-2 with Vanderwall with nobody out. Higgins off of first base, yet to attempt the steal this season. From the first base side from the stretch, Stevens steals the pitch. Inside, 3 balls and 2 strikes to Vanderwall. Higgins does not take off as the ball just got away from Vance for a moment, but he blocked it down and scooped it up rather quickly. Brian Vance, the sophomore catcher from Chicago, Illinois, attends St. Joseph's. One of quite a few SJU Hawks on the Kenosha side. 3-2 with nobody out to Vanderwall. Big payoff coming here from Stevens. Vanderwall will see his 6th pitch now. Here's the offering. Swing and a miss. Going down to second base, Higgins. He is tagged out by about 5 feet. Strike him out, throw him out. Higgins erased on his first base steal attempt on the season. And it wasn't even close. Vanderwall strikes out. That's 5 Ks for Stevens. And Higgins taken off on 3-2 with nobody out, is down at second base. And there is 2 men out, and the bases are empty for Cam McDonald. Well, Higgins gets a lot of attention, but he still took off. Again, his first attempt of the season comes up empty. He was out by a mile. First pitch to McDonald. Swinging a pop-up, bleeder over the first base side. First baseman Nernschel gives it a look and can't make the catch over his left shoulder. Just shy of the bullpen pitcher's mound, beyond the first base foul line in shallow right field. Gave it a ride and nearly came up with it. Was about a step too slow. And the count, no balls and 1 strike on McDonald, who is 0 for 1. A second base ground out his first time up. Without a hit in today's doubleheader, was 0 for 3 in game number 1. Righty on righty battle here. That's the second double play pulled by the defense of Kenosha in this ball game. Rockford's pulled one of their own, after none by each team in game 1. No score here in the 4th. 0-1 the count, the pitch to McDonald. Half swing is fouled away off to the right, and swing on a breaking ball. That ends just to the left of the Rockford dugout first base side. Count is 0-2 with 2 out. Bases are empty. Nick Juer on deck. Cam McDonald behind 0-2. The big man at 6'5", 185 from the University of Illinois. No balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs. Top of the 4th, no score. Rockford and Kenosha at Simmons Field. Here's the 0-2 offering. Swing and a miss, a ball in the dirt. Drop third strike. Vance tags out McDonald, and that is the inning. 6 Ks for Stevens. Just 1 off his season high on the year. And Rockford down once again in short order in the 4th. We are through 3.5. There is no score between Rockford and Kenosha. Bottom of the fourth in Kenosha, Wisconsin, a scoreless ball game between the Rivets and Kingfish. A partly cloudy night all evening long for this 2-game, 7-inning doubleheader. The haze of the sunset just beyond the left center field outfield wall. Sun will dip below the horizon in about 3 minutes, 8:32 local time. In the bottom of the fourth, Mike Jarvis, Nate Thomas, and Ryan Nernshield for Kenosha. Casey Ford has gone pretty quickly through 3 innings. Here's the first pitch to Jarvis, breaking ball high and away for ball 1. Jarvis 0 for 1 with a line out to center field in the first inning. Casey Ford faced the minimum in the third after allowing 2 base hits in the second and working around it. 31 pitches through 3 innings for Ford. Here's the 1-0 offering to Jarvis. Breaking ball missed low and away, count is 2-0. Jarvis, the right-handed batter against the righty Casey Ford. Out of San Diego State, from San Diego, California. Here's the 2-0 offering. This one's popped up on a fastball. First base side, first baseman McDonald on it, and has plenty of room. He measures it and makes the catch. Up the first base line and foul ground on the grass here at Simmons Field. There's a pop out to foul ground for out number 1. And that brings up Nate Thomas. Owner of 1 of 2 Kenosha hits in the ball game. Thomas singled on the infield in the second inning. He's 1 for 1. Rockford once again shifts against Thomas. He beat the shift by sending one to the second baseman, Tom Jostin, who is playing on the outfield grass where he is right now, and able to beat out the throw, the big man at 6'5", Jarvis. Excuse me, not Jarvis, Thomas. At 6'5", 230, first pitch to him, swing and a miss on a fastball, 0-1. Chases outside. So 6'5", 231 at the plate, 6'6", 295 on the mound at Casey Ford. Jarvis got the best of Ford the first time. 0-1 pitch is a breaking ball that loops high, and it's ball 1. Second baseman Jostin playing on the outfield grass once again. First baseman McDonald deep in the dirt. And Comia, the shortstop, playing to the right of second base. 1-1 pitch. Swinging a looper to left field. That is caught by the left fielder Figgis for the second out. A liner right to Figgis. It was falling fast, but Figgis wasn't playing too deep, and he made the catch. The only shift that Rockford employs, really, where they have 3 infielders on one side, is against the cleanup man Thomas. And that time Ford wins that battle. It's 1 for 2. That brings up Ryan Nernshield. Bases empty with 2 out here in the bottom half of the fourth in a scoreless ball game. Rockford and Kenosha. First pitch on the way. Nernshield swings and misses a fastball outside. Count is 0-1. Nernshield popped out to right field his first time out. Jake Vanderwall's been pretty busy out there and right today. Ford from the windup. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fastball swing and a miss for strike 2. That one he goes on the inner half. Charles Middleton would be next. 0-2 on Nernshield. Right-hander on right-hander. The lights on here at Simmons Field. 0-2 the count. Here's the pitch from Ford. Breaking ball looped into left center field. The shortstop, Comia, calls for it, makes the catch at his chest, and that retires the side. 1-2-3 inning for Casey Ford in the fourth through 4 innings. There is no score between Rockford and Kenosha.
Contestants down there, Doubleheader. Now batting for the Rivets.
Top of the 5th at Simmons Field, Rockford no score, and the Kenosha Kingfish no score in game number 2. Kingfish winning game 1. So just 3 innings to go in regulation at least. Nick Jouer leads things off against Ben Stevens. It's 6, 7, and 8 in the Rockford order. Switch hitting catcher batting lefty against the righty Stevens. And the first pitch from him. It's a fastball that's topped at the plate and rolls to the first base side and foul. Count 0-1 on Jouer, who singled back in the 2nd inning. Had back-to-back 2-out singles at Rockford, Jouer and Figgis the on-deck man, but they failed to come around as Aaron Mann flied out to end that 2nd inning. 3 hits for Rockford, 2 for Kenosha. Jouer's got 1 of them. He's 1 for 1, playing game number 2 behind the plate. No balls and 1 strike to him. Here's the pitch. Well outside for ball 1. Jouer playing the 2nd game after Mason Minzy caught his first game behind the plate for Rockford in game 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Jouer, a .240 batter with 9 RBI. The pitch. That's well outside for ball 2. Another fastball coming from Stevens. Pitch count up to 61. Casey Ford has thrown 40 pitches through 4 innings. Stevens now 61 in 4+. Here's a 2-1 to Jouer. And the pitch from Stevens. Fastball well inside for ball 3. Jouer having to hop out of the way. The count is 3-1. Nick Figgis follows him, then Aaron Mann in the hole for Rockford. (3-1) on Jouer. Stevens set, letter high, the pitch. Fastball is low for ball 4, and Jouer draws a walk on 5 pitches to open up the 5th.
Now batting for the Rivets.
That brings up Nick Figgis. That's the first walk issued by Ben Stevens today. He struck out 6. And for Rockford, that is the 3rd leadoff man to reach base today. They've reached base in all 3, the last 3 innings, including this one. Here's Figgis now with Jouer leading off first as the go-ahead run. Rockford has not scored in this doubleheader. Lost game 1 by a 2-0 count. No score here in the top of the 5th. Again, 7-inning ball games. Here's Figgis, the first pitch, squares to bunt, lays off, pitches in there for a strike, 0-1. Third baseman Pena was already on the infield grass and only ran in more when the pitch was released. Anticipating the square to bunt by Figgis. Count is 0-1 to him. Out of Illinois Wesleyan, Division III product. Stevens 0-1 pitch. Swinging away and he fouls it off to the right. No square that time from Figgis. Blake Burrows, who's 2 batters away, will square up on almost every first pitch. 0-2 the count to Figgis. Obviously no bunt here with 2 strikes. Jouer over at first base with nobody out. Figgis 1 for 1, the left fielder for Rockford. Righty on righty battle. Ben Stevens ahead, 0-2. Looks off Jouer at first base. Comes set and looks back on Jouer, a looping throw to first base. Nernchield makes the catch and no tag. Jouer on the season is 2 for 2 on stolen bases. No balls and 2 strikes to Figgis. Stevens squares up from the stretch, fires the pitch. Half swing on a fastball that's away. Did he go around? He did not. The count is 1-2. He was tagged by Brian Vance as he dropped the ball just in case the strike 3 was called. But Figgis did lay off and the count is 1-2. Aaron Mann, the on-deck man for Rockford, their strikeouts leader. Figgis with a base hit already today. He's 1 for 1. Count is 1-2 with nobody out and Jouer leading off first base. Scoreless game, top of the 5th in Kenosha. Here's the 1-2 pitch. That skips away from the catcher, Brian Vance, heads to the backstop, and Jouer moves up to second base. That one hop to the catcher, Brian Vance, and got behind him to the backstop, and Jouer moves up to second base. So he's on base at second as the potential go-ahead run in scoring position. The count on Figgis now is 2-2 with nobody out. To the bottom of the Rockford order, get them in front for the first time in this 2-game series. Stevens set, here's the 2-2 to Figgis. Swinging a foul ball, that was a raking ball that time, and he fouled it off past the screen to the right. Count still 2-2. Figgis came in batting .195. 10 hits on the season, has driven in 9 runs. has Jouer 2 bags away. Count 2-2. Stevens leans in, has the sign. And here's the pitch. That's thrown behind Figgis, didn't hit him. Was thrown behind his neck. I don't know how that didn't hit Figgis. He just stood in home plate, didn't really move out of the way. Had he moved back, it would have hit the back of his neck. And the count moves to 3-2. As Stevens had one get away from him, and he throws behind Figgis. That was pitch number 69 for him. He's driving up his pitch count, and Kenosha has relief options in the bullpen. A left-handed reliever is warming up. 3-2 the count. Here's the pitch to Figgis. Fastball, swinging a pop-up. Shallow right field side. Jarvis charges on, and Jarvis is called off by the second baseman, Boobin, who makes the catch. And that retires Nick Figgis on a 7-pitch at-bat. Jouer stays put at second base, and Aaron Mann will be the batter. Aaron Mann is 0 for 1 with a flyout today. Of course, with a runner on second base, a strikeout is what you want if you're Ben Stevens. And Aaron Mann's your best shot. 20 strikeouts, and this is 16th game. More than 1 per game, and now a conversation on the mound prior to this at-bat to Mann with 1 out, and Jouer on second base. Will this be all for Stevens at 70 pitches in 4 1/3? Well, the answer is no. He has not been kicked off the mound. A left-handed reliever is warming up for Kenosha in the bullpen on the third base side. Can't exactly see who it is. It's Troy Hickey, number 38, the sophomore from Silver Lake, Wisconsin. So he's the likely next man to come up on the mound for Kenosha. As Rockford threatens here in the top half of the 5th. No score, 3 hits to 2 for the Rivets. No errors for either team. Conversation over, and on the mound, it's Stevens staying out there, and Ben Stevens will face Aaron Mann, the right-hander for Rockford from Drury. Mann certainly swings with a ton of power. If he can make contact, he can rake. He has 8 RBIs on the season, but just 10 base hits. He's batting .213 coming in, 10 for 48. Up with 1 man out. Stevens comes set. Jouer leads off second, not being held on the first pitch. Jouer checks his swing, a ball that rolls away to the right of Brian Vance. It's low for ball 1. And the third baseman 0 for 1 today, playing in game 2 of this doubleheader. Standing at 6'4", 220. 1 ball and no strikes to Mann. Stevens stares in and offers the 1-0 pitch. It's high and in for ball 2. 2-0. Not the end of the world if he walks. Blake Burrows is on deck, but he is a big walk machine. The 5'7" left-hander from Kansas State. 2 balls, no strikes. Jouer leads off second. No score, top of the 5th, and 1 out. Here's the 2-0 to Mann, the pitch. Fastball is over the plate for a strike, just below the letters. 2-1. Likely the last inning for Ben Stevens. This is 5th inning of work. Not in line for a decision. Neither is Casey Ford on the Rockford side. Scoreless game in the 5th. 2-1 the count. Here comes the pitch. Swinging a pop-up. Right field. Pretty deep though, but not deep enough. Right fielder Jarvis has it. Jouer tags to third. He's in there safely with no throw coming in. And Jouer will be 90 feet away now for Blake Burrows, as Mann flies out to right. Gets the job done of moving Jouer over. But now no sac fly in effect with Burrows up at the plate. Plenty of air under that ball, but deep. That's Mann's specialty. Here's Burrows, who's 0 for 1, struck out but reached first base on the drop third strike back in the 3rd inning. His first time up. 5'7" center fielder from Weatherford, Texas. 2 men out here in the 5th, a scoreless ball game. Jouer is 90 feet away with third base. It would be Rockford's first run of this 2-game doubleheader. Here's the first pitch to Burrows, breaking ball. That falls just inside for ball 1. Got 75 pitches now on Ben Stevens. 17 in this inning. Most he's thrown in any inning in this game. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch to Burrows. Fastball missed outside. The ball is, the count is 2-0. Burrows the lefty against the righty Ben Stevens. 2-0 the count. Brendan Comey, top of the order, is on deck for Rockford. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Fastball, this time it's just off the plate. Looked like it may have been over, but the count is 3-0. Missed on the outer edge and just a touch high. 3 balls and no strikes to Burrows, who is very speedy. The stolen base leader, draws a ton of walks. He's ahead 3-0. And the pitch from Stevens. Fastball is in there for a strike, the same placement just about as the last pitch. Count is 3-1. Juer off a third, Comey on deck, 3-1 the count to Burrows with 2 men out. No score, top of the 5th. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Fastball misses low for ball 4. And Burrows is on board at first base. Second walk issued of the inning by Ben Stevens, and Brendan Comey at a bat with runners on the corners and 2 away in the Rockford 5th. Comey is 0 for 2, a strikeout in the first, a double play, 5-4-3 in the 5th. 2 walks issued to Juer and Burrows by Stevens in this 5th. Juer leads off third and Burrows off first base. With Brendan Comey at the plate, had 2 hits in game number 1. He's hit in all 5 games he's played, the Illini product. Right-hander on right-hander. Stevens leans in with runners on the corners and 2 men out. Corner infielders play in. Here's the first pitch. Breaking ball over the plate, throw to second base as Burrows took second. Defense not even covering. So Burrows takes second on defensive indifference, and that brings 2 men in scoring position. And the count is 0-1 on Brendan Comey. So the force only at first if the ball gets on the infield. No balls and 1 strike. To Comey the pitch. Fastball bounces to Vance. Runner coming home from third. The pitch home by the pitcher is in time to get him, and Juer can't believe it. Stevens hustled up the first base line. Josh Kime out to argue the call, which was very questionable. You can barely even see home plate with the dirt being kicked up, but the home plate umpire says it's out. 95% of home plate is covered by the dirt, and that's what Josh Kime points to immediately. Juer was up in arms, and Josh Kime out to talk with the home plate umpire. He's been tossed to the ball game. Josh Kime has been tossed, points his finger at the umpire. Duffy Dyer was tossed in game 1, and for the first time this season, Josh Kime has been ejected from the ball game for Rockford. A tale of ejections in this doubleheader, and a tale of defense. A questionable call ends the Rockford 5th as Juer was tagged out by the catcher Vance heading down the third base line. A great throw by Stevens on the 1-2 putout. So Kime tosses the lineup card to Chandler Purcell, the assistant coach, number 23 in gray. Kime will make his exit. There was no score, 4.5 innings down, and Casey Ford out to pitch the bottom half of the 5th. After this from Kenosha. We're in the bottom half of the 5th. The 5th inning stretch just completed here in Kenosha. So after a very questionable call, maybe a chintzy call on the Rockford side of things, ends the top of the 5th with Juer coming down the line at third, and what appeared to be the first run of the ball game, tagged out by the catcher Brian Vance on a 1-2 putout. Josh Kime up in arms, was tossed in the ball game, given the hook for the first time this season. Casey Ford faces Charles Middleton. First pitch to the right-hander is inside for ball 1. Middleton 1 for 1 with a single his last time up in the 2nd. Rockford in the game with 3 hits, Kenosha with 2. Scoreless here in the bottom half of the 5th. Here's the 1-0. Fastball, half swing, foul to the screen by Middleton. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Middleton wearing number 20, sophomore from Lincoln, California. That was his first hit in 5 home games back in the second. 1-1 pitch. Fastball at the knees for a strike in the count 1-2. Was 0 for his last 13 over his last 4 home games, but singled back in the second. Off of Casey Ford, his most recent hit allowed. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Fastball is just off the outside corner for ball 2. The count is 2-2. So Chandler Purcell, the assistant coach for Rockford, serving as head coach. He would have to man third base. That's where Josh Keim usually is. Keim ejected. 2-2 pitch. That hit him in the head. Oh, hit him off the side of the helmet, did Middleton. Out of all that got away from Casey Ford, who puts his hands on his knees and is very upset with himself, plunking Middleton, who was looked at by manager Duffy Dyer. Trader and third base coach also coming out for Kenosha. Casey Ford walking to home plate. He'll say some words to Charles Middleton as he approaches him. Hit him in the helmet. You heard the plunk from all the way up here and across Simmons Field in Kenosha. Casey Ford obviously not happy with himself that he let a ball get away from him. Middleton being looked at, obviously concussion issues, big part of any sport. He's being given a test to the left of home plate by the trainer. First hit by pitch of the game for Casey Ford. And the worst place to hit somebody. Casey Ford is certainly not happy with the fact that he did that, and he says something to Middleton as he walks to first base. He's been cleared on the field, and he comes to first. He'll run for himself. And the batter will be Roberto Pena. Pena 0 for 1 with a strikeout his first time up. Casey Ford has struck out 2. That's the fourth base runner allowed by Casey. An unfortunate hit by pitch to lead off the 6th for Charles Middleton. So here's Pena. Righty on righty battle. See if Ford can regain his composure. First offering to him. Breaking ball right over the plate for a strike, 0-1. Composure regained by Casey. Half swing that time by Pena, but a called strike. Pena, the Venezuelan native from the University of Florida. Here comes Ford's 0-1. Breaking ball again over the plate, swing and a miss that time by Pena. The strike is 0-2. Pena in game number 1 was 0 for 1 with a walk and an RBI. Also scored a run. 0 for 1 here in game 2. In search of his first hit of the season. No balls and 2 strikes to count. Middleton leads off first base pretty heavily. And Ford to the plate on 0-2. Fastball swing and a miss. Changing speed is Ford. Outside corner fastball, and Pena swung right through it. Third strikeout of the game for Casey Ford. There's the first out here with the bottom half of the 5th. Scoreless ball game in Kenosha. Second of 5 consecutive games these two teams are scheduled to play. They'll play in Rockford the next 2 days. Both games at 6:35. Then back here at Simmons Field Sunday at 1:05 Central. Rockford lost the first game, looking to come back and win game 2. Scoreless here in the 5th. Here's Cosgrove. First pitch to him. Squares to bunt, lays off, pitches in there for a strike outside corner. No balls and 1 strike. They were not playing him to bunt was Rockford. Aaron Mann will do so now, just off the grass at third base. 0-1 to Cosgrove, who's 0 for 1 to begin his Kenosha Kingfish career. Shortstop playing his first game. Ford stares in. Belt high set, 1-0 pitch. Fastball missed high, ball 2. Jake Cosgrove from UC Irvine. Previously at Seattle University, where he batted .308 last season. Did not play with Irvine. The Anteaters. 2-0. With 1 away. Middleton off first. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul ball to the screen. 2-1. Ryan Vance, the catcher, on deck. Count is 2-1. Well, Kenosha won game 1 after Duffy Dyer was run. See if Rockford can do the same after Josh Keim was given the hook last half inning. Scoreless here in the 5th. 2-1 to Cosgrove. Pitch. Breaking ball is over the outside corner. Called strike 3. 4th strikeout for Casey Ford. And there's 2 men away for Brian Vance. Back-to-back Ks for Casey Ford. All 4 strikeouts have come in back-to-back fashion. Pena and Cosgrove back-to-back in the second. Pena and Cosgrove back-to-back here in the fourth. And that brings up Brian Vance, the catcher. Vance 0 for 0 with a walk his first time up. Was erased on a double play in the third inning. Middleton at first base with 2 men out. No score in the bottom half of the fifth between Rockford and Kenosha. Righty on righty battle here. And the first pitch from Casey Ford. Fastball that's fouled back past the screen, past the press box, and out of play behind us. Count is 0-1. Vance out of St. Joseph's, wearing number 48. A 370 on base percentage coming in. Vance hitless in his last 7 games. He's 0 for his last 16. Has a runner on here. The 0-1 from Ford. Breaking ball falls off the outside corner, misses for ball 1. Middleton over at first base. If Vance can make a hit for the first time in 8 games, he would move him up. The potential go-ahead run on the Kenosha side. 1 ball and 1 strike with 2 out to Vance. Ford's offering. Fastball swinging a fly ball to right field. Retreating back Vanderwall has plenty of room to make the catch. Not very deep in right field, and that retires the side. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 man left for Casey Ford, who's gone 5 scoreless, and through 5, we are scoreless on both sides. Rockford and Kenosha headed to the 6th. Top of the 6th here in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Rockford sends the top of the order up, but out against Ben Stevens. It's Troy Hickey, the left-handed reliever. Two-faced Rockford in the 6th. First relief pitcher for either team today. Making a 6th appearance, an ERA of 8.59 and a whip of just over 2 at 2.05. Has allowed 7 earned runs in 7 1/3 innings. Last appeared 3 days ago at Battle Creek and took the loss. Allowed 4 earned runs in just 2/3 of an inning. Appeared once against Rockford, that coming 7 days ago at Rivets Stadium. Allowed 1 run over the course of 1 1/3 in Loves Park. Opponents hitting 286 off of Troy Hickey, the left-handed reliever from Silver Lake, Wisconsin, attends Madison College, the sophomore. So Rockford, 5th inning comes to an end in disappointing fashion and controversial fashion. Josh Keim tossed on a very questionable call by the home plate umpire, one that some might call a bad call. As Juer was coming down the third base line, slid into home plate what appeared to be safely. Dirt was covering the home plate bag, but either way, he was called out after a ball got past the catcher, Brian Vance. So that's the way it ended, and that's why we're still scoreless, headed to the top half of the 6th at Simmons Field. Again, 7-inning doubleheaders in regulation time. And Rockford looks to break it open here with the top half of the order. The seal not broken yet. 5 total hits, 3 for Rockford, 2 for Kenosha. The line on Stevens coming up in a moment, the starter. not in line for either a win or a loss. Brennan Comia 0 for 2 leads things off. Was at the plate when that controversial play happened to end the 5th. So a new at bat for him. And Troy Hickey's first pitch is a swing and a miss for strike one, a fastball. Ben Stevens allowed no runs in 3 hits, struck out 6 and walked 2 in 5 innings. Both pitchers have faced 18 batters through 5 innings. Stevens in line for a no decision. 0-1 the count to Comia. Overhead delivery in the pitch from Troy Hickey in for a strike, and the count is 0-2, another fastball. So Stevens, a stretch guy all the way. Troy Hickey, the reliever, with an over-the-head motion. 6th appearance all out of the bullpen for Kenosha. 0-2 to Comia. And Hickey, the pitch. Fastball is up and away for ball 1. Hickey, a lefty, against a lineup of a lot of lefties for Rockford. Tom Jostin, Josh Dutton, who will pinch hit for Tom Jostin next, also a lefty. Matt Higgins, a lefty as well, and then Jake Vanderwall, a lefty. So the first 4 bad lefties following Brendan Comia, who bats righty. Josh Dutton to pinch hit for Jostin next. 1-2 the count to Comia, who's 0 for 2 today with nobody out, top half of the 6th. Bases are empty. Here's Hickey's pitch. Breaking ball, bounce to the plate, count is 2-2. Josh Dutton will play second base following his pinch hit for Tom Jostin. Second base is his primary position. Dutton batting .290. But Comia at the plate has a 2-2 count to lead off the 6th for Rockford. No score in the game. Hickey, a long set, now goes over his head and fires the pitch. Breaking ball is just high for ball 3. And the count is 3-2. Other action going on in the Northwoods League. We'll check the out-of-town scores momentarily. 3-2 the count. Here's the pitch to Comia. Fastball high and away for ball 4. And Comia battles back to draw a 6-pitch walk to open the top of the 6th. That'll send up pinch hitter Josh Dutton. Battle Creek defeated Traverse City 4-3 in 2 hours and 33 minutes. That game just going final about half an hour ago. So Battle Creek back in the win column after falling 10-2 against Rockford 2 days ago. Of course, this neck and neck, Great Lakes East. Here's Josh Dutton, left-hander against the lefty Troy Hickey. Pinch hitting for Tom Jostin. Here's the first pitch to him. And Dutton fouls one off to the screen, 0-1. Dutton batting .290 with 4 RBIs, the future Creighton Blue Jay from Colorado Springs, Colorado. Comia off of first base, 0 for 2 on stolen bags coming into action today. On base for the 2nd straight game, the only Rockford player to be on base both games. No balls and 1 strike to Dutton. Hickey from the stretch. Sets letter high and throws back to first base. And standing up, Comia. Josh Dutton hitless in his last 2 games. First time this season he's gone more than 1 game without a hit. Hitless in his last 3 rather. Was 0 for 2 in game 1. So he's 0 for his last 9. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That's inside a fastball and well low for ball 1. So Dutton hitless in his last 3 games for the first time this season. The junior at 5'11", batting lefty. Pinch hitting for Tom Jostin, who went 0 for 2. 1-1 the count to him. Hickey against Dutton. Hickey a long set, throws back to first. Comia is upstanding. Some yelling from the dugout as the throwback is made. Alerting Comia. Who was picked off last game. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hickey looks in, goes to the plate this time. Swinging a ground ball to short, could be 2. Cosgrove to flip the second for 1. Boobin the turn to first, and they get 2. A 6-4-3 double play. Another double play pulled by this Kenosha defense here in game number 2. That erases Comia. And Josh Dutton, in pinch hitting form, grounds into a 6-4-3 double play. There's 2 away, and the bases are empty for Matt Higgins. That's the second ground ball double play, and the third pulled by Kenosha's defense in today's game. Here's Matt Higgins. Higgins is 1 for 2, singled his last time. First pitch loops in for a ball outside the plate. 1 ball and no strikes to him. Higgins 0 for 3 in game 1, 1 for 2 so far, singled his last time here in game number 2. 2 out, bases empty, top 6, no score. The pitch, swinging a pop-up behind third base. Pena has it measured, goes wide of the foul line and makes the catch with 2 hands to retire the side. So Rockford down in short order once again, no runs on no hits, just 1 walk given up by Troy Icky in relief. And through 5 1/2, there was no score in Kenosha between the Rivets and the Kingfish. Bottom half of the 6th, it is Star Wars night here in Kenosha, Wisconsin, and the force has been with the pitchers through both games. Casey Ford with 5 scoreless, 56 pitches through 5 innings. He's out for the 6th. No action in the Rockford bullpen right now, as you would expect. Ford to face the top half of the order, Brendan Huth, Mitchell Boobin, and Mike Jarvis in a scoreless ball game here in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Huth is 0 for 2. A couple of ground outs on the infield. A double play ball his last time up, 6-3. Lefty against the right-hander Casey Ford, who has cruised through 5 innings of work. Scoreless game here in Kenosha. Rockford has yet to score a run in this doubleheader. Josh Kime has been tossed a couple innings ago. First pitch breaks in for a strike over the plate, and right over the plate for strike 1 to Huth. Huth wearing number 17, playing his first 2 games at a St. Joseph's in Philly, native of Spring Lake, New Jersey. Here's an 0-1 pitch. Fastball line the other way to left field. Measuring it, though, is Figgis, and he makes the catch just above the letters. So Huth lines out to open the 6th. Huth takes the number of Matt Padre, number 17. Padre, another New Jersey native from Manhattan College. So one Garden Stater takes the place of another. 1 out here in the bottom half of the 6th. And Mitchell Boobin the bat. He's 0 for 2. 2 ground outs for him as well. Righty on righty, first pitch. Fastball, rather breaking ball, missed low, ball 1. Ford up to 59 pitches, 40 of them strikes. That's more than 2/3. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball missed outside. Now he's exactly at 2/3. Strikes and balls, count as 2-0. Mike Jarvis, the on-deck man. The top 3 without a hit for Kenosha. They're 0 for a combined 7. 2-0 pitch. Fastball this time finds the strike zone at the knees, 2-1. The light shining bright here in Kenosha. sun has set about half an hour ago. 2-1 pitch. Squares to bunt, sends one down the third base line. Rolling along the grass. Third baseman has no play. Man has to eat it up. Well, that ball just died as it rolled along the grass up the third base line. Man charged in but had zero play. Had to just eat the baseball. Infield hit for Mitchell Boobin. And the third hit of the game for Kenosha. 2 of them have been infield singles. Boobin with this one. That brings up Mike Jarvis with the go-ahead run at first base. Jarvis 0 for 2 on the day. Batting just under 300 on the season. Has 2 RBIs. The San Diego, California guy. Here's the first pitch. Breaking ball, falls on the outside edge. Strike 1. Jarvis, the right fielder today.
When I say king, you say fish. King. King.
No balls and 1 strike to him. Boobin leads off first base. Held on by McDonald. Throw back to him. McDonald scoops it up and applies a tag, but well too late. Jarvis, who had the fateful hit back here at Simmons Field that broke up the Brad Littleton no-hitter in the 9th. A hot hit ground ball to third base that ate up the third baseman, Jeff Heinrich. Rather, Tom Jostin, excuse me. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fastball swinging a pop-up, shallow right center field. Vanderwall comes on, he calls for it and makes the catch above his head. And there's the second out. Vanderwall and Jostin both going for that, but Vanderwall calls him off. And the right fielder with the catch. That brings up Nate Thomas with 2 out. Top of the 7th inning will be the last.
Your Gerber Smiles Pediatric Dentistry.
Again, 7-inning doubleheader games. 2-0 result in game number 1. No score here in the bottom half of the 6th, and just 2 out. Nate Thomas, the DH, is 1 for 2. Infield single back in the 2nd, line to left back in the 4th. Owns the highest batting average on the Kingfish team. But hitless in today's ball game until that infield single. He's 1 for 5 on the game. First pitch. Runner takes for second base. Throw is down, and it is not in time. Throw a bit high by the catcher, Nick Juer. The tag put on by the shortstop, Comia, but a bit too late as he had to reach high to make the catch. And just by a hair, safely is Mitchell Boobin at second base. 10th stolen base for Boobin. 3rd time he's stolen a base against Rockford this season. The stolen bases leader for Kenosha. He's now at second base for Thomas. 1-0 with 2 out. No score, bottom 6. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball falls over the plate, strike 1. It's been working so well for Casey Ford. That breaking ball starts outside and comes in on a left-handed batter.
Let's make some noise.
From left to right behind home plate. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. Ford stands in from the stretch. Sets above the belt. 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball, half swing, skips away from Juer, ends up going to the backstop. Going to third base on the play is Boobin. Took a wide turn but hops back at third base. Wow. That ball skipped away from Nick Juer, and that sends Boobin to third. And Boobin is 90 feet away. Kenosha looking to get the run late. The speedy Mitchell Boobin and Nate Thomas, who has 14 RBIs on the season, to lead the Kenosha side. His opportunity is 90 feet away, and the count is 2-1. Biggest pitch of the game for Casey Ford, the towering right-hander against the lefty Nate Thomas. Ford has the sign. The pitch. That's just off the plate on a fastball. Count is 3-1. Not the end of the world if he walks Nate Thomas. Ryan Nernshield is on deck. Third base, the only one occupied. The speedy Mitchell Boobin off of there. He was dancing off third base the last time. 3-1 with 2 out. Again, the set by Ford. Boobin dancing off the base. The pitch. Strike 2 on the outside corner. Ready to toss his bat was Nate Thomas, as Ford blew a fastball by him. He wanted ball 4 but didn't get it, did Thomas. and Ford got that call. 3-2 the count. Nernstield on deck. 2 men out, bottom 6. Go-ahead run in Mitchell Boobin off third base. Of course, no sac fly opportunity. And a payoff coming here in the 6th inning. Ford comes set again, just above the belt. Jouer sets up. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Fastball swing and a miss. Nate Thomas down on strikes, and Casey Ford escapes the 6th inning. No runs on 1 hit, 1 man stranded. 5 Ks for Casey Ford, the biggest one coming right there on the dangerous Nate Thomas. We head to the 7th and a scoreless ball game in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Top 7 in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Rivets, no score. Kingfish, no score. Casey Ford escapes the big jam. And now Troy Hickey out to pitch the 7th inning once again, his 2nd inning of relief for the Kenosha Kingfish, the lefty from Madison College. Facing Vanderwall first. Lefty on lefty. First pitch to Vanderwall is an off-speed pitch that bounces at the plate, juggled by the catcher, Brian Vance. Ball 1. Vanderwall is 0 for 2, a ground out and a strikeout his last time. Hickey a belt high set. The overhead delivery. The lefty deals the 1-0 pitch. Fastball swinging a foul ball left side into the parking lot. And the count 1 ball, 1 strike. Top of the 7th inning. This is the last inning that you're guaranteed. These shortened doubleheader games. Kenosha won game number 1, 2-0. Rockford yet to score in these 2 games, but they're even here in game 2. No score in the 7th. 1-1, the pitch to Vanderwall. Fastball up and in, nearly grazed him. A close shave for Jake. 2 balls and a strike. Cam McDonald and Nick Jouer to follow. It's 4, 5, and 6 for Rockford, a very dangerous middle part of the order. And Vanderwall batting over 300 on the season. Came in batting 344, has 2 home runs. 2 balls and a strike. Here's the pitch to Vanderwall. Fastball low and away, ball 3. At this point, any team will take anything, any way to get on base. Just 3 hits aside through 6 innings. The last regulation inning, Rockford gets the first chance at this scoreless ball game. 3-1 the count. Hickey deals to Vanderwall. Fastball missed inside, that's ball 4. And Jake Vanderwall walks on 5 pitches. Second walk of the game issued by Troy Hickey. Faced the minimum back in the 6th. A Comia walk led things off, just as Vanderwall does here, but Josh Dutton pinch hitting. Hit into a 6-4-3 double play that Matt Higgins popped out to end it. Here's Cam McDonald, who's 0 for 2. In search of his first hit on the doubleheader after hitting in his first 5 games in a Rockford uniform. Vanderwall on at first base with nobody out. Lefty on righty here. McDonald the right-hander, first pitch. Swing and a miss on an upstairs pitch. 0-1. McDonald, last year's rather last week's player of the week for the Rockford Rivets. Batted .333 through his first 5 games. 8 RBIs through his first 5. That number's still at 8. No balls and 1 strike to him. Hickey comes set from the stretch, the lefty. Long look at first, and a throw back at first base. Vanderwall is upstanding. Not a huge threat to steal. He's stolen 4 bases this season. It wouldn't be too unlikely if he takes second base given the situation, but he's not a massive threat. No balls and 1 strike to McDonald. Hickey stands in, his eyes at first base. Count 0-1 to the plate. Fastball as Vanderwall takes off, pitch outside. Vanderwall is out by 5 feet. Not even close. Vanderwall again, not a threat. He takes off, and a throw perfect by the catcher Vance. The tag put on by the second baseman Mitchell Boobin. Boy, does Brian Vance have the pop time. That's 2 caught stealings for him. Matt Higgins back in the 4th, and now Vanderwall here in the 7th. So now the base is empty and 1 man out. The gamble by Jake Vanderwall does not turn out well. And the count 1-1 on Cam McDonald. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball on the inside corner for a strike just above the knees to Cam. 2 balls and a strike. Big target at 6'5", 185, has plenty of power in that bat. The U of I Illini. 1-2. Hickey, the overhead delivery, the pitch. Swing and a miss. High cheese outside, and McDonald goes down for the 2nd out. First strikeout of the game for Troy Hickey. That brings up Nick Jouer, who has been on base both times he's been up today. Did not play in game 1, catching here in game 2. Has singled and walked today. He's 1 for 1. And has reached scoring position both times he's been up. The switch hitter batting righty against the left-hander Hickey for the first time today. 2 out here in the 7th. No score. First pitch. Fastball is called a strike just on the outside edge to Jouer. Not a big target, so he gets on base quite a lot. Has 14 walks, 2nd most on the Rockford team to Jake Vanderwall, who walked his last time for number 16. Here's the 0-1 to Jouer. Fastball on the inside edge, a strike, and the count 0-2. Nick Figgis would be next. Base is empty, 2 out after the caught stealing on Jake Vanderwall. 2nd time he's been caught this season. He's now 4 for 6. 0-2 the count with 2 out. Here's the pitch. Fastball outside for ball 1. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Nick Jouer, the catcher. Jouer has 1 of 3 Rockford hits. Both teams have 3 on the ball game. 0-2 the count. Lefty on righty. Long set by Hickey. And now the pitch. Outside for ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Nick Jouer. Two on the switch hitting catcher from TCU, the Minnesota native. Both players set. Hickey's pitch on 2-2. Fastball outside and low. That's ball 3, and the count 3-2. Again, Figgis on deck. Full count to Jouer with 2 out. Scoreless game in the top half of the 7th. The last 3 pitches balls to Nick Jouer. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swinging a foul back to the screen. And Jouer stays alive. It's 3-2 with 2 men out. This will be the 7th pitch of the at-bat. Jouer a couple of half swings, now he comes set. Here's the 3-2 wind of the pitch from Hickey. Swinging a foul ball. And Jouer again stays alive. That one to the right side of the screen. This will be pitch number 8. Jouer giving Hickey a run here with 2 men out in the 7th. Bases empty, no score. 3-2 the count. Here's pitch number 8 from Hickey. Fastball swinging a foul back to the same spot. Right side of the screen on a line drive. Jouer with strikes his first 2 pitches, balls his next 3, and now 3 consecutive balls fouled off. Longest at bat for Rockford hitters in this doubleheader. Pitch number 9 on the way from Hickey, 3-2. Upstairs for ball 4. Jouer walks on 9 pitches to keep the 7th alive.
Now batting.
And that brings up Nick Figgis.
Left fielder number 12, Nick.
Figgis, who has 1 hit today, popped out his last time up, though. He's 1 for 2. The Rockford left fielder with the go-ahead run once again on first base in Jouer, who has 2 stolen bases to his credit this season. And the Vanderwall caught stealing looming very large now for Rockford. Will be first and second and 1 out. Instead, Jouer on first and 2 out. And here's Figgis. First pitch from Hickey. Breaking ball missed well high, ball 1. So with 2 out, I wonder if the defense will give Jouer second base if he attempts it. Of course, Vanderwall with nobody out. That's not the case. He was caught by a mile. 1 ball and no strikes to Jouer. Other to Figgis. Here's Hickey's pitch. Swing and a miss on a fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Aaron Mann on deck. It is 1-1 to Nick Figgis, the left fielder from Illinois Wesleyan. Native of Frankfort, Illinois, not far from Chicago. One of many Chicagoland guys on the Rockford team. Here's the 1-1 from Hickey, the pitch. Fastball skips away from Vance. Jouer to second base, takes a wide turn, and Jouer opts to not take off. The ball ends up near the dugout for Kenosha, but not an extra base for Jouer. He takes second on the ball that gets past the catcher. And Nick Figgis now has the go-ahead run in scoring position. And again, the caught stealing on Vanderwall looms even larger. Jouer the only man on, he's on second base. Here's Nick Figgis, who has 9 RBIs on the team, among the leaders for Rockford. And has a base hit already today. He's 1 for 2. Righty against the lefty Hickey. 2 balls and a strike. Hickey comes set from the stretch. Looks back at second base and fires the 2-1 to the plate. Fastball inside, sliding block that time by Vance. And the count goes to 3-1. Aaron Mann on deck, who's 0 for 2. Jouer on second base, no score, top half of the 7th, the last regulation inning here in game number 2 in Kenosha. Control Hickey escaped the 7th in the second inning of relief for the Kingfish. 2-1, 3-1 the count. Pitch. Outside, ball 4, a fastball, just missed outside and below the knees. Hickey not a fan of that call. Stares into the home plate umpire. And a 5-pitch walk issued to Nick Figgis. First and second now with 2 men out. And Aaron Mann, the batter, who swings for plenty of power. And that will likely be all for Hickey. Duffy Dyer out to the mound. See if he extends the hand. He does. He takes the ball from Hickey, who has 2 men his responsibility. And the hard-hitting Aaron Mann coming up for a new Kingfish reliever. We'll identify him after this. Top of the 7th, no score. Top 7, new reliever is Colton Gordon, the left-handed thrower for Kenosha. The situation right now, Aaron Mann, the hard-hitting righty at the plate, who's 0 for 2. First and second with 2 men out. No score, top half of the 7th, essentially the top of the 9th in a regulation game. Second half of this doubleheader, Rockford looks to split. They've got the go-ahead run at second base. And here's Aaron Mann, lefty Gordon on the righty man. Gordon wearing number 2 in cream. We'll have his stats in a moment. 6'3", 215-pound left-hander. Here's the first pitch to Mann. Sidearm delivery, in for a strike on the outside corner, a fastball, 0-1. Gordon, appearing for the 5th time out of the bullpen this season, has not allowed a run in 7 innings pitched. Struck out 10 and walked 2. A whiff of just 0.29. 0-1 the count. He comes set. And the pitch to Mann on the way. Fastball again catches the outside edge, and it's 0-2. Just 1 unearned run allowed for Colton Gordon this season, none earned. Allowed 2 walks his last time out in 2 2/3 against Kalamazoo. No hits, no runs. 0-2 the count. On Mann with 2 away. First and second, a scoreless game in the 7th. Here's the pitch on the way. Inside with the fastball, ball 1. 1-2. Blake Burrows would be next. First and second, to wear the lead runner at second base. And Figgis at first. Scoreless game in the 7th. 1-2 the count. Gordon comes set above the letters. Here's the pitch to Mann. Swinging a foul ball, just got a piece and sent one off to the third base side dugout. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 men out. Just nearing the 2-hour mark. We're at 1:58 here in game number 2. Game 1 lasted 1 hour and 42 minutes. Scoreless here in the top of the 7th. Kenosha will have last licks no matter what the score is in the bottom half. 1-2 with 2 out. Gordon, a long stare in. Time has been called by Aaron Mann, as Gordon couldn't really make up his mind, and Mann was taking practice swings, half swings in the batter's box. Now he steps in again. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Gordon this time comes set. 2 out here in the 7th. The 1-2 offering the pitch. Fastball swing and a miss. Mann goes down, the strikeouts leader for Rockford. And Colton Gordon escapes a 2-on-2 out jam in the 7th. Sends us to the bottom half of the inning. No score between Rockford and Kenosha.
Brought to you by Wisconsin Lottery.
In the bottom half of the 7th inning, Kenosha gets last licks here in game number 2, looking for a doubleheader sweep. Casey Ford returns to the pitcher's mound with 6 scoreless innings of 3-hit baseball under his belt, just 70 pitches through 6. Has plenty of stamina left, plenty of pitch count left. You cannot begin an inning after 100 pitches, and Ford remains out there at 70 pitches for the 7th inning. Ford continuing his warm-up tosses. Kenosha will have 5, 6, and 7. Ryan Nernstield, Charles Middleton, and Roberto Pena up for the bottom half of the 7th inning. Some decent bats in the Kenosha lineup up here in the bottom half of the 9th. Casey Ford, well, could go what would be a complete game shutout, but not in line for a win right now.
First baseman number 16.
Of course, Gabe Bierman in game number 1 went 7 scoreless innings. of two-hit baseball for a complete game shutout and a 2-0 win. Casey Ford pretty much right on that track here in game 2, but his team has not put a run across the entire night in either game. So a scoreless game, bottom half of the 7th here in Kenosha. And Ryan Nernshield, who's 0 for 2, leads off against Ford the first pitch, swinging a foul ball to the high part of the screen. Count is 0-1. Nernshield wearing number 16. DH'd in game number 1, playing first base here in game number 2. He's 1 for 5 on the 2 games. Had a hit in game 1. 0-1 pitch, swinging a foul tip into the glove of Jouer. Count is 0-2. Middleton on deck, has been on base twice today. 0-2 the count. Nernshield steps in. Righty on righty. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Fastball missed away for ball 1 from Casey Ford. Still has that heat. 6 innings down for him. No action in the Rockford bullpen. It's going to be all Casey Ford, the big man on the mound at 6'6", 295. 1-2 the count. Here's the pitch to Nernshield. Swing and a miss. Goes after a high fastball, and Casey Ford still got it. 6 strikeouts through 6 1/3. That brings up Charles Middleton.
Outfielder number 20, Charles Middleton.
Middleton 1 for 1. Was hit by a pitch his last time up in the back of the helmet. Stayed in the ball game and ran out his appearance. Singled back in the 2nd inning, the left fielder out of California. Playing his first game of the 2 in the doubleheader. He's 1 for 1. Here's the first pitch from Ford. Fastball lays down the right field line and well foul into the concourse. And the count 0-1. Middleton has 11 RBIs on the season, among the leaders in RBIs for this Kenosha side. He's 2nd on the team, but without a home run. 0-1 is popped up, shallow right center field. Vanderwall has it measured and makes the catch for the 2nd out. Easy fly ball to retire Middleton, and that brings up Roberto Pena with 2 out in the 7th.
Now batting.
Kenosha has yet to play an extra inning game this season. Rockford has played 2. They've won 1 and lost 1. Both those extra inning games on the road. Here's Pena, who's 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts against Casey Ford. Pena 0 for 3 in this series. First pitch from Ford, swinging a pop-up. First base side. McDonald gives it a ride. This ball is out into the right field grass. About 5 rows up, and some kids go sliding down the grass hill for it. Count is 0-1, and the Rockford fielders turn their walk into a jog and come back to their positions. 3 of them were chasing. Vanderwall from right field, Joseph from 2nd, and Cam McDonald from first base. No balls and 1 strike. Right-hander on right-hander. Casey Ford and Roberto Pena. Ford winds and fires the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Fishes for a low fastball. The count's 0-2. With 2 men out, the base is empty. Jake Cosgrove would be next. Pena has struck out 2 times in this 2nd game against Ford. He's behind 0-2 with 2 out. Ford winds and fires the pitch. Swinging a foul ball, first base side. Ends up in the dugout, or the bullpen rather. Nice scoop by a Rockford reliever. There are no relievers warming up right now. Just 1 lone reliever standing in the first base side bullpen. Count is 0-2 to Pena. Ford steps on the rubber from the first base side, has his sign. And the big man fires the pitch. Breaking ball just missed off the plate, inside, ball 1. 1-2. That's 81 pitches now for Casey Ford. There's plenty of stamina left. He can go far. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The pitch from Ford to Pena. Just missed outside. Bounced onto the plate. Nearly got Pena to chase. Certainly thought about it. The count's 2-2. The longest appearance of the season for Ford was 6 innings. His last start against Battle Creek. 6 scoreless innings. Has 6 2/3 scoreless today. Has settled in as one of Rockford's best starting pitchers. The big man from Kansas State. 2-2 with 2 out to Pena. Here's the pitch from Ford. Fastball swing and a miss. High cheese gets him, and down go the Kingfish 1, 2, 3 in the 7th. Extra innings coming up in Kenosha, Wisconsin. No score. Extra innings, top of the 8th in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Of course, the man on second base rule, the last man to be retired was Aaron Mann, so he's put on second base to begin the 8th inning. Blake Burrows, Brandon Comia, and Josh Dutton, a 9-1-2 for Rockford in the top of the 8th. The first extra inning, he will face Colton Gordon, who entered the top of the 7th with 2 men out and struck out Aaron Mann, who will stand right behind him at second base. Aaron Mann, who has not stolen a base this entire season. Blake Burrows, who has stolen many, he's stolen 10, but his run is not as important as the guy on second base. See if Burrows tries to bunt and bring Mann to third base. I'm sure the third baseman Pena will charge in. Top of the 8th, scoreless game. Burrows, who is 0 for 1 with a walk, steps in against the lefty Gordon. It's lefty on lefty to begin extra innings. Gordon comes set at the letters. See if Burrows squares on the first pitch. He usually does. He does here. Doesn't put the butt down. The pitch is high and away for ball 1. And Mann scampers back to second base. 1 ball and no strikes. 7 scoreless innings for Casey Ford. Ben Stevens went 5 scoreless. Troy Hickey 1 2/3, and Colton Gordon so far 1/3 scoreless. We're here in the 8th. 1-0 the count to Blake Burrows, the Kansas State Wildcat. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Squares the bunt again, puts it down, pops it up in the air, but it's foul, third base side. Ends up one-hopping the Kenosha dugout at shallow third. Count 1-1 to Burrows. One ball, 1 strike. This is the first Kenosha extra inning game. Rockford's third. They're 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Long set by the pitcher, Colton Gordon. And the Floridian doesn't come set, and Burrows wants time. Out of Bradenton, Florida is Colton Gordon, out of Hillsborough Community College, transferred from the University of Florida after redshirting a year. 1-1 the count. Lefty on lefty. Gordon now fires. Scoring to bunt Burrows. The pitch is outside for ball 2. The bunt still in effect with just 1 strike. It's 2-1 on the speedy Blake Burrows. More concerned on the man at second base, Aaron Mann. Looking to move him 90 feet away, but not a lot of speed is number 17. The top of the order coming up, Brendan Comia. A favorable situation if Burrows can get this bunt down. 2-1 with nobody out. Man on second base. Squares to bunt again. Pitches well outside for ball 3. Gordon pitching around that bunt. In danger of walking Burrows now at 3-1. Brendan Comia on deck, the shortstop. Of course, the extra innings rule with the runner on second base in effect for every inning, new this year to the Northwoods League. 3-1 with nobody out. Gordon with the pitch to Burrows, squares to bunt. just fouls it off. He got the bunt away, but he fouled it off to the screen. And now it's 3-2, and Burrows will be forced to swing. Thankfully for him, he draws plenty of walks. He's drawn 10 this season, walked his last time up on 3-1. Been on base both times. 3 balls, 2 strikes. A payoff to open the 8th to Blake Burrows. Gordon now comes set. From the stretch, the left-hander fires the 3-2 pitch. Fastball up and in, nearly grazed Burrows, but he takes ball 4 anyway. And a 6-pitch walk drawn by Burrows to bring the top of the order up, and 2 men aboard. That brings Brendan Comia to the plate. 0 for 2 with a walk in game 2 after a 2 for 3 day in game number 1. Walked his last time up. And now the Illini product looks to at least advance the 2 runners. First and second with nobody out here in the top of the 8th. Squares to bunt before the pitch is thrown, and stepping off the mound is Gordon. A high leg kick, and a look back to second base. No score in the top of the 8th. First and second with nobody out for Rockford. 3 hits aside. 0-0 where it counts. Scoring to bunt. Comia puts it down up the third base line. Man heads for third. On to second. Burrows. Tough play, and Gordon has to eat it. The pitcher Gordon picked it up with his back turned to first base, as Pena and Gordon both charged in, and that could not have worked any better for Rockford. An infield single for Brendan Comia. Rockford's 4th hit of the ball game, and Comia's 3rd in this doubleheader loads the bases with nobody out for Josh Dudden, as Rockford finally looks to break the seal on this scoreless game here in the 8th. Dudden 0 for 1, pinch hit and grounded into a 6-4 3-double play back in the 6th inning. The Rockford second baseman, first pitch, swinging a foul back to the screen. A heavy swing by Dudden. The future Creighton Blue Jay, hitless in game 1, hitless in game 2. A total of 0 for 3 so far on the day. 0-1 the count to Dudden. Here's the pitch to the lefty. Swinging a high fly ball, the shallow fly ball left field. Hard charge by Middleton. He makes the catch. Man does not go from third base, as Middleton made the catch maybe 25 feet from the edge of the outfield grass. And Dudden is retired on an unsuccessful fly ball to left field. The objective was there, and Dudden failed to do it. The bases are still loaded for the dangerous Matt Higgins. 1 for 3 today, the Rockford hits leader with 25 on the season. Has 9 RBIs, among the tops in the Rockford lineup. Had a home run his last game 2 days ago against Battle Creek. Bases loaded, 1 out, infield again, plays in against Higgins, looking to turn 2 and end it. Play on the infield should come home, although double play is in effect the second as well. First pitch, Higgins fouls one off to the screen, 0-1. Higgins out of Louisville, Kentucky, native, attends college in Bellarmine in Louisville as well. Has a pretty sweet stroke, a left-handed batter against the lefty Colton Gordon. Took a heavy hack and fouled one off on the first pitch. It's 0-1. Gordon comes set again. Here's the 0-1 to Higgins. Outside, ball 1. Nice block by Brian Vance. Slides over to his left. Puts his glove out there to make the play, preventing one from going back. Count is 1-1. Man the lead runner on third base. Burrows at second, Comia off of first with 1 out. Infield again plays on the infield grass, all 4. 1-1 with 1 out the pitch from Gordon. Fastball up and away, ball 2. Higgins gets ahead of the count. Jake Vanderwall in the cleanup spot is on deck. Top 8, still no score. Bases loaded, 1 out for Rockford in the first extra inning. 2-1 the count on Higgins. Gordon the set. The lefty fires the pitch. Fastball swinging a ground ball, foul first base side. Higgins just barely got contact on it, and the count goes to 2-2. A strikeout would be king-sized here for Colton Gordon against the dangerous Matt Higgins. With another dangerous bat on deck in Jake Vanderwall. 2-2 with 1 out. Higgins now stands in. With the count even, umpire points to Colton Gordon, who now comes set. Lefty on lefty. Here's the 2-2 pitch to Higgins. Swing and a miss. An outside pitch gets Higgins to swing and miss for the second strikeout for Gordon. And there's 2 men away here in the top of the 8th, and it's left to Jake Vanderwall. Bases loaded, nobody out. Becomes bases loaded, 2 men out. And here is Vanderwall, who for Rockford has 9 RBIs on the season and 2 home runs. 0 for 2 with a walk his last time up. Was caught stealing back in the 7th. The cleanup man for Rockford. Hitless on the doubleheader. Here's the first pitch from Gordon. Check swing on a fastball high. Did he go? Yes, strike 1. Vanderwall, the Grand Rapids, Michigan native from Long Beach State. Back with the Rivets once again. He's been with Rockford for 3 seasons. Rockford's best bat last season has been Rockford's best bat, you could say, this season. A bit more arguable here in 2019. 0-1 the count to Jake Vanderwall with 2 out. Bases loaded for Rockford, scoreless game of the 8th. Colton Gordon's pitch. Swinging a foul back to the screen. Count is 0-2 on Jake Vanderwall. At third, it's man. Burrows at second, and Comia over at first. There are 2 men away. McDonald would be next. Scoreless game and no place to put Jake Vanderwall, but he's behind 0-2 with 2 out. Lefty on lefty battle once again. Colton Gordon stands in. The Floridian has his sign. Sets at the letters. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swinging a high pop-up. Behind home plate to the left. Catcher gives it a look, and there is no play. Count still 0-2. Everyone trots back to their positions. Catcher Vance shedded the mask. Puts his hat on backwards. Now pops the helmet on. The gray colored helmet for the catcher Vance. Vanderwall with the dark gray jersey steps in. Same shade as that helmet. No balls and 2 strikes. With 2 men out, bases still loaded for Rockford. Scoreless game in the 8th. Gordon sets in the 0-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss from Vanderwall, strike 3. What an escape job by Colton Gordon. 3 straight outs with the bases loaded, and Rockford gets nothing and strands 3 in the top half of the 8th. On to the bottom half we go. Kingfish look to walk it off in Kenosha.
Check out tonight's of the Kenosha Kingfish.
Bottom of the 8th in Kenosha, Wisconsin at Simmons Field. Roberto Pena, who made the last out in the bottom half of the 7th, moves to second base as the free runner. And Casey Ford again left to escape another jam. Got to the 7th, 1-2-3 with a couple of strikeouts. Stranded a man at third base back in the 6th. He has a scoreless inning streak of now 13 innings spanning over this start and the last one, where he went 6 scoreless in a no decision. That comeback loss against Battle Creek. Scoreless here in the 8th, and facing 8-9-1, Jake Cosgrove, Brian Vance, and Brendan Hewitt. Cosgrove 0-2 with a couple of strikeouts against Casey Ford. Ford was gone 7 innings and pitched 83 pitches. Just 3 hits allowed, struck out 7, walked 1. What a night for the big man from Kansas State. Pena leads off second. The first pitch squaring to bunt that time. Beautiful put down by Cosgrove. Juer out to play it. Throws on to first and gets the out in time by a step. On the third base, though, goes Pena. And the sac fly is in effect as Cosgrove sac bunts his way. Perfect job done by Cosgrove. Did what Blake Burrows wanted to do in the last inning and could not. So Rockford had the bases loaded in the top half of the inning. a weak pop out to left field, and 2 strikeouts issued by Colton Gordon of Kenosha. And now there may be a pinch runner here for Pena at third base, and there will be a pinch runner. It is number 11, R.J. Pearson, who did not play today's game until this point. Pearson with no stolen bases, but he's in there for some speed at third base. So it's Pearson 90 feet away for Kenosha. The batter will be Brian Vance, the catcher, with 1 out in the bottom half of the 8th in a scoreless game. He's 0 for 1 today with a walk. Infield comes all the way in. Here's the first pitch. Swing and a foul back to the screen. It's 0-1. We'll see if they try a squeeze play. That's what Rockford's anticipating here. Infield plays in, outfield plays in with a sac fly in effect. Any deep fly ball wins the game for Kenosha. 0-1 the count with 1 out to Brian Vance. R.J. Pearson, the pinch runner, leads off of third base in a scoreless ball game. Walk-off situation here for Kenosha. 0-1 the count, the pitch. Breaking ball in there for a strike. It's 0-2. Big pitch by Casey Ford to get ahead in the count. This 2-strike count even bigger. A strikeout is what he needs against Brian Vance. 0-2 with 1 out. Righty on righty battle. Ford comes set from the stretch. And here comes the 0-2 pitch. Fastball swing and a miss. Upstairs cheese, and Casey Ford strikes out his 7th man today. Boy, is Casey Ford rolling. 2 men out, and Brendan Hewitt, the top of the order to bat for Kenosha. And this time an outfield play is not what works. He's got to get a base hit. Outfield still continues to play in. Only the third baseman, Aaron Mann, plays in. Rest of the infield plays straight up. Here's Hewitt, who's 0 for 3 with 2 out. First pitch from Ford. Outside corner fastball from Ford, 0-1. Hewitt with a couple of groundouts and a line out last time up in the 6th. 0 for 3 here in game number 2. 0 for 4 with 2 walks on the doubleheader. The count is 0-1 to him with 2 out. Pearson, the winning run off third. Ford's 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball is just off the outside corner for a ball. 1-1. I'm sure Ford wanted that one. Count evens at 1-1. Hewitt in search of his first RBI. His first 2 games played here in Kenosha are today. His task is 90 feet away in R.J. Pearson. 1-1 the count. The pitch from Ford on the way. Fastball swing and a miss. Fastball that was inside. He gets Hewitt to rip one and miss. Count 1-2. Mitchell Boobin would be next. Pena occupies third. 1-2 the count. On Brendan Hewitt. Lefty Hewitt and the righty Casey Ford. Ford now comes set at the belt. Looks at third, now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Fastball got Hewitt, and Ford escapes the 8th untouched. On to the 9th we go in Kenosha. There is no score between the Rivets and Kingfish. Top of the ninth, 8 scoreless innings in the books. And Rockford bats here in the first half of the ninth. Jake Vanderwall, who struck out to end the 8th, is on second base with the automatic rule. And Cam McDonald to face the new pitcher, Harry Orth, wearing number 32 in cream and red trim to begin the ninth. A Kenosha, Wisconsin native, the right-handed thrower. He'll face McDonald, Jouer, and Figgis. Righty on righty battle to start. McDonald 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. Have the numbers on the new pitcher Orth in a moment. Casey Ford with 87 pitches. 87 pitches in his first, 96 pitches in his first 8 innings. Unlikely to get another inning of work. Either way. Here's McDonald. First pitch to him, and a step off as Vanderwall was heading off second base. Look back on it first. Rockford had the bases loaded and nobody out. Stranded on the play were all 3 men with 3 consecutive outs by Colton Gordon. First pitch from Orth, set to go to McDonald. Here's the pitch. Fastball swinging a ground ball to third. That's between short and third and picked up by the shortstop. Throws to third base. The tag, no good. Safe at third base is Vanderwall. On to first base is Cam McDonald. Ruled a hit. That ball was deep in the hole. Picked up by the shortstop, and Cosgrove threw to Pena at third base, tried to tag the lead runner, and no could do. McDonald reaches, and that's the 5th Rockford hit of today's game. That brings up Nick Jouer, who was the guy you don't want to face right now. Been on base all 3 times he's been up. Singled back in the second, walked his last 2 times. Drew a walk on 9 pitches back in the 7th inning against Troy Hickey, but was stranded at second base. Jouer, the switch hitting catcher, batting lefty. First and third, nobody out, top of the 9th. Scoreless ball game in Kenosha. Orth with the first pitch from the stretch. Ball 1. Jouer thought about scoring the bunt, but left it. Count is 1-0. Of course, the runner at third, the most important one. McDonald over at first. Vanderwall carries the winning run, potentially. 1 ball and no strikes with nobody out to Jouer. Orth the set at the neck. The righty deals the pitch. Strike 1 on the outside corner. Orth with his 8th appearance out of the bullpen. ERA of 8.53. Has allowed 7 earned runs in his last 2 1/3 innings. 1 ball, 1 strike. Righty on lefty to Jouer, the 1-1 pitch. That's over the plate again, strike 2 from Orth. Nick Figgis on deck, he walked his last time as well. Orth, the 3rd reliever up for Kenosha in this game. It's been all Casey Ford for Rockford. There's no one in their bullpen. Ford is under 100 pitches, so we can continue for a 9th inning. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Orth stands in on Jouer. Here's the pitch to him. Up and away, ball 2. Going to second base, McDonald. It's bobbled by Vance, and he has to knock it down. There's no throw to second. So McDonald swipes second base. And Nick Jouer now with 2 men in scoring position. The only force going to first on the infield for Kenosha. And Nick Figgis still on deck. 2-2 the count with nobody out. Rockford threatening here in the top half of the 9th. The 2nd extra inning here. 2-2 the pitch from Orth. Fastball is up and in for ball 3 to Jouer. And the 5'8" catcher from TCU lays off. 5 hits to 3 for Rockford. They've got 1 in this inning. No runs, no errors apiece. Top of the 9th. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Orth against Jouer, the pitch from Harry Orth. Swinging a pop-up, left center field, shallow distance. Middleton in left field, called off by the center fielder Huth, who wants it. The throw comes home as the tag is made by the lead runner, Vanderwall. The throw was cut off by the pitcher, and Vanderwall comes home to score on a sac fly. That ball was cut off by the pitcher, rather the first baseman, Nernshield. It is 1-0 Rockford as Jouer gets the RBI sac fly, and the Rockford catcher continues to produce here in game number 2. It is 1-0 Rivets. The first run for either team comes on a sac fly by Nick Jouer. It is an unearned run because Vanderwall off second base by league rules, an unearned run. And so Nick Figgis now to bat. Man only on second base. First pitch to Figgis. Swinging a foul off right side into the trees. Figgis is 1 for 2 with a walk his last time up. On second base, it's Cam McDonald's. 1-0 Rockford here with the top half of the ninth. The first run of the ball game comes in the second extra inning here in Kenosha. No balls and 1 strike.
Still gets a cheap run for making the last
Orth
out
against
last inning.
Figgis, the righty on righty. Here's the pitch to him. Fastball, bottom half of the plate at the knees for a strike. It's 0-2. Past the 10 o'clock hour here in Kenosha. We are at 2 hours and 32 minutes of game time after game 1 lasted 142. No balls, 2 strikes. Orth set above the letters. Here's the 0-2 to Figgis. Breaking ball, swinging a high fly ball to right center field. Over in the gap goes Jarvis. He makes the catch. Tagging from second base on the play is McDonald. He's into third with no throw. So Figgis flies out to right, and McDonald is now 90 feet away with some insurance, with Aaron Mann at the plate. Aaron Mann, who was the free runner at second base in the 8th inning, was stranded over at third base. And Mann is being pinch hit for Andrew Wilhite.
Now batting for the Rivets.
So an unsuccessful day for Aaron Mann, who went 0 for 3. His only time on base was that free run. Now here's Andrew Wilhite, who played game number 1 for Rockford in left field and went 0 for 3. Has experience at third base. That's his position right now, replacing Aaron Mann. Up here in the 9th, with McDonald off of third base, Rockford leads it 1-0. The lefty Wilhite against the righty Harry Orth. Make it 4 straight with a run allowed for Orth in relief. Here's the first pitch to Wilhite. Breaking ball, missed off the top of the plate, ball 1. Wilhite, the Stillman Valley native, just south of Rockford, the Minnesota Golden Gopher. 1 ball and no strikes to him. Harry Orth comes set. And the pitch from him. Fastball, swing and a miss right down the middle, and Wilhite comes up empty for strike 1. Harry Orth, the Kenosha native, and Wilhite essentially a Rockford native, just outside of the city of Rockford in Stillman Valley. 1-1 the count to him. Orth fires the pitch. Fastball, swing and a miss. And Wilhite gets behind 1-2. Blake Burrows, the on-deck man, in the 9th hole. Wilhite batting in the 8th spot. He hopes to not have to bat again. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count with 2 away. McDonald off third base, 1-0 Rockford, top half of the 9th here in Kenosha. Extra innings. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball missed low, and it's 2-2. 3 straight fastballs from Harry Orth. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 out. Pinch hitter Andrew Wilhite. Orth now comes set, 2-2. The pitch to Wilhite. Swing and a miss. High cheese gets him, and there's the strikeout for Orth to escape the 9th with just 1 run home. Well, Kenosha gets the tying run at second base to begin the bottom half of the 9th. We'll see if Casey Ford gets the call for the 9th inning. It is 1-0 Rockford, headed to the bottom half of the 9th. Last licks for Kenosha with the first run of the game home. We're in the bottom half of the ninth. Casey Ford is out there to pitch the bottom half. Brendan Hewitt moves up to second base as the free runner here in the ninth. And Mitchell Boobin to face Casey Ford. It's Boobin, Jarvis, and Thomas, 2, 3, and 4, the most dangerous three in sequence. First pitch to Boobin, breaking ball, missed over the plate. Just low for ball one. Rockford with an RBI sac fly by Nick Jouer. Brought home the run in the top half of the ninth. 1-0 Rivets, bottom 9 here in Kenosha. 1-0 to Mitchell Boobin. Ford looks back at second base, not once but twice. Fires the pitch, fastball, swinging a foul off to the right side, 1-1. Well, the fans that have stayed have seen a very good one, a much heavier crowd for game 2 than game number 1. Boobin is 1 for 3, singled on the infield his last time up and reached third base. Mike Jarvis on deck is 0 for 3. Then Nate Thomas has the highest batting average on Kenosha in the hole. 1-1 the count. The pitch to Boobin from Ford. Breaking ball, swinging a foul back toward the first base dugout. 1 ball and 2 strikes. There was action in the Rockford bullpen, a left-handed reliever. Can't tell who, just in case Ford allows 1 run and exactly 1 run, and there has to be a 10th inning. This will be Ford's last inning at 94 pitches. You get 100 in a game. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Boobin with nobody out. Looks back Huth at second and fires the pitch. Swinging a ground ball down to the shortstop. Taken there by Comia, throws across to first and gets the out in time, but the runner Hewitt moves to third base. There's 1 away on the 6-3 put out to Mitchell Boobin. But he does his job, and now Mike Jarvis to bat with the sac fly for the tie in effect. Jarvis is 0 for 3 today, has 2 RBIs in 9 games on the season. Is hitless in today's ball game. In the doubleheader, 0 for 5. Again, 2 RBIs in 8 games, but in the 3-hole, you've got to imagine there's some power in his bat. Infield now plays in. Hewitt at third base with 1 out for Jarvis. Rockford leads 1-0 in the ninth, the first pitch. Swing and a foul tip into the glove of Nick Jouer, fastball from Ford, 0-1. That was pitch number 96, 67 of them strikes. Looks to extend his scoreless inning streak to 15. No balls, 1 strike. Ford comes set. And the 0-1 to Jarvis. Swinging a high fly ball to left field, way back in the gap goes Figgis. That ball is over his head. Rolls toward the wall, picked up in front of the warning track. The run comes home to score from Hewitt, and on at second base with a double is Mike Jarvis to tie the game. Well, so goes the scoreless inning streak for Casey Ford. Kingfish tie it at 1 on a double by Mike Jarvis. Perhaps the biggest hit of number 23's season. And with the free runner off second base, moved to third in Brendan Hewitt. He could just trot on home with a Jarvis double over the glove of Figgis, who was playing in the outfield, shallow. Adam Carey out to the pitcher's mound. He gives the ball, or rather Casey Ford gives the ball to him, needed by a standing ovation from his dugout mates. And a left-handed reliever comes in for Rockford. That's going to be number 22 in gray. Tanner Probst to come in relief of Ford in the game-winning run. Ford's responsibility on second base, and Mike Jarvis, and the most dangerous man in the lineup in Nate Thomas to bat for the Kenosha Kingfish. 1-1 of the ninth. Back after this. Bottom half of the ninth, Kingfish have tied the game at 1. A Mike Jarvis double to score Brendan Hewith, the free runner at second base. Now it's up to the most dangerous man in Kenosha, Nate Thomas, who's 1 for 3 today, the DH from St. Joseph's, with a new reliever in Tanner Probst out of Louisiana Tech, native of Madison, Mississippi, wearing number 22 in gray. The left-handed pitcher facing Mike Jarvis, rather Nate Thomas, who is a left-handed batter. With one man out in the bottom half of the ninth and 1 run home, it's 1-1 our score, and Jarvis the winning run carried at second base. 4th appearance of the year for Tanner Probst, has allowed no one runs over his last 2 appearances. ERA of 3.86. 7 strikeouts in 4 2/3 innings, and a strikeout is what Rockford needs to prevent an advancement from Jarvis at second base. Well, here is Nate Thomas. Thomas came in batting .328. Has 1 hit today. He's 1 for 3 in game number 2. In game 1, he was 0 for 3. Lefty on lefty battle. First pitch from Probst on the way. 3/4 delivery, and a fastball misses onside for ball 1. Jarvis leading off of second base, has stolen 6 runs in now 10 games. 1-0 the count to Thomas. Probst stands in, lefty on lefty. Jarvis takes off, pitches inside for a ball, and there's no throw to third base. And Jarvis reaches third uncontested. He was dancing off second base and just took off for third. No throw down from Nick Jouer. And now the infield can creep on in with a sac fly in effect for Thomas, who has plenty of power in his bat. 14 RBIs to lead the team. Freshman from Delaware out of St. Joe's in Philly. 2-0 the count to Probst. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Swung heavily through a pitch from Tanner Probst. And the count is 2-1 from the southpaw.
Don't need that. Don't need that.
Biggest at bat of the game for both teams. 1-1 of the ninth. Rockford trying to push it toward the 10th, with Tanner Probst in relief of Casey Ford, who went 8 1/3. Here's the 2-1 pitch on the way. Outside for ball 3 to Nate Thomas. Ryan Nernshield on deck. Wouldn't be the end of the world if Thomas walks. His run means nothing at first base if he gets there. 3-1 with 1 out. Infield still plays in, as does the outfield. Shifted slightly toward the right at center. 3-1 the count, the pitch from Probst. Fastball, swing and a miss. Got Thomas to fish, and the count's 3-2. Again, Jarvis 90 feet away is the winning run with 1 out. Bottom half of the ninth, a tie game at 1. Both teams with 1 run here in the ninth. 5 hits to 4 for Rockford here in game number 2. 3-2 the count. Probst staring in, has the sign at the belt. Here's the pitch on the way. Check swing on a low pitch. It is low for ball 4. On the appeal, he did not go. Probst wanted that strikeout, but Thomas just held back the swing, and he walks on 6 pitches. Now here's Ryan Nernshield. Just the second walk issued by Rockford pitchers today. Ford struck out 9 and walked 1, allowed 4 hits, just 1 run against him so far, but Jarvis at third, his responsibility. Now here's Ryan Nernshield, who's 0 for 3 today. The right-handed batter, the first baseman. Here's the first pitch from Probst. Runner takes off, pitches low for ball 1. On at second base, uncontested is Nate Thomas, defensive indifference. Second and third for Nernshield. See if they put him on here to make a double play in effect at home plate. Charles Middleton's the on-deck man. He's got 2 times on base today. He's 1 for 2. Nernshield 0 for 3, but Probst is pitching to him. 1 ball and no strikes the count, with 1 man out here with the ninth. Second and third in a tie ball game. 1 ball, no strikes. Probst now has the sign and fires the 1-0. Fastball just upstairs for ball 2. Again, not the end of the world if he gets on. Nernshield's run means nothing. Thomas's run means nothing. Second and third with 1 out. Probst behind 2-0 in relief of Casey Ford. Winning run 90 feet away for the Kingfish in a 1-1 game, bottom 9. Here's the 2-0 for Probst. Fastball right over the plate for a strike, 2-1. Probst does not throw hard, but he throws very well. Strikes out many, walks few. But he just walked Nate Thomas. 2 balls and a strike.
One out.
The lefty Probst,
2 outs and that guy.
the righty Nern Shield,
Yeah, that's a stolen
the
base.
St. Louis native.
They're not throwing the first pitch because they don't want that.
The set and the 2-1 pitch to him. Fastball, swinging a ground ball to short. The play is bobbled by the third baseman, Will Height. On to score at home is Jarvis, and Kenosha walks it off in the 9th. The ball bobbled in shallow third base by Andrew Wilhite. The new substitution, and the Kingfish walk it off with 2 runs in the last of the 9th. They win it 2-1. Well, the first extra inning game for Kenosha this season is their first walk-off. Hewitt and Jarvis score, and Rockford, after plating 1 in the top half of the 9th, fails to hold in the bottom half. They allow the tying and winning runs, and Kenosha takes both ends of a doubleheader here at Simmons Field on a Thursday night. 2-1 the final score. Games that just got away from Rockford after winning their first 3 of the season series against the last place team in the Kingfish. Kenosha wins 2 big statement games at home. Rockford down to 11-12 and just 3-7 away from home. Kenosha up to 10-15 and 5-8 here at Simmons Field. They'll play 2 more in consecutive days at Rivets Stadium, the first of which is tomorrow at 6:35 Central Time as the Rivets play the Kingfish. We'll have that game live for you on our television broadcast on Northwoods League TV.
Coming to the doubleheader tonight.
The final time of the game was 2 hours and 48 minutes. A 9-inning barn burner. The final score, Kenosha 2, Rockford 1, 5 hits aside. Final line, 1 run, 5 hits, no errors for Rockford. And for Kenosha, 2 runs, 5 hits, and no errors. A walk-off win for the Kenosha Kingfish as the Rivets let 2 games get away here in Wisconsin. Final score 2-1. We hope you join us tomorrow as the Rivets play the Kingfish over in Northern Illinois. But for now, we say goodnight from Simmons Field.